Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for joining us online. I'd like to call the September 26th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:04 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Before we begin, I would like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. With that, let's begin. I understand that there's one addition to the agenda today that we're looking at. Callan, do you have that motion? Okay. And there was one other motion, Callan, that was emailed to you. Okay. Let me just read that quickly. Motion to council. So this motion is in relation to the delay the official administrator is taking up to 25, 30 days and has affected the city of Chestermere council and is creating unnecessary delays for staff and our developers seeking approvals and is disrupting our ability to meet their timelines of our developers / as well as taxpaying residents and the CAO's duties that they're looking to have completed. So the motion is that council requests that the OA be required to review all motions and resolutions within 7 days and that Mr. Lagore make this request.
Point of order.
Councillor Dean?
I have no problem with this going on there, but wouldn't we, since we are at the agenda part, wouldn't we just say that we want this notice of motion put on, then it would be put on, and then we would go through the outlining of this? I believe all we have to do is vote whether or not we're going to have the notice of motion put on the agenda.
My only question is if it's worded properly that that's the motion. I guess we can... Councillor Dean?
I'm actually, I agree with you on this. What I'm saying, though, is I think right now all we do is, are we going to put this on the motion? Are we going to put this on the agenda? We say yes. You decide.
Yep.
This could be 6 point. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize. I believe it'd be like 6.6 or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
And then we debate the wording and the wordsmithing of it at that time.
Once we get to that motion.
That's correct. So I'm just saying you're asking for two amendments. One, I believe, was October 3rd. Then this is the second one.
Okay, that's good advice. Can we look at the first motion again? So we're looking at adding this then to 6.5 and then the other one to 6.6.
Yeah.
Okay, if we could type that in, yeah. Okay. All right. All right, if I could get one of the councillors to read the motion into the record. Sorry, it's the previous motion, Callan. Yes. No, sorry, the one you were on. Motion the council accept the agenda with the following amendments. Yeah. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council accept the agenda for September 26, 2023 regular council meeting as presented with the following amendments. Item 6.5, cancel the October 3rd regular council meeting. And item 6.6, notice of motion.
Okay. We have just so the public is aware, we have a new voting system that we're testing out today, which is electronic voting. So you won't see us raising our hands today. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, I need you to call for the vote before I can make a comment. Oh, you did. Sorry. Comment. I noticed that we are at September 26th, and this is our last meeting. And now it looks like we are eliminating the meeting on October 3rd. We had told the Not-for-Profit Network that we were going to get back to them with some sort of update about funding in September, and we're now at the end of September. So I'm just wondering about timeline, since it is not on this agenda, if there's something about timeline for the not-for-profits or how an update like that will be handled.
I believe our response is that it's not on the agenda, and so we don't have anything prepared, so it can't go on today's agenda. Okay. So, all right, so for the following motion that's been read into the record now, which is on the floor, start your electronic voting. All in favor? All opposed?
You hit it right?
Yeah, I believe you did, yes.
I want to make sure that.
Oh, sorry, just a second. No, you didn't, sorry. Push it once. There you go. Yeah.
I guess I pushed it back, sorry. Counselor.
And Councillor Ritesh? Okay, I believe we're a complete ledge. Carried. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right, moving on to our agenda. Our first item on the agenda is our bylaws section, item number 4, which is on page 3 to 68 of your agenda package, which is bylaw 015-23, being the Municipal Development Plan amending bylaw, being presented today by Elizabeth Armitage, a senior planner with the City of Chestermere. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. How's everyone today?
Fantastic.
All right, we will get going. Is everyone on the screen seeing the presentation, or are they seeing me? That's really weird to see me on that screen right now. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today, we are here to present to Council additional information on the proposed plan lot cap amendments to the Municipal Development Plan and looking to schedule a public hearing as well. Ultimately, there will be 2 requests for motion. One is that Council accept this information, this report and presentation as information. And secondly, that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaws 015-15 to take place at 9:30 on October 17th. However, I will already say that we have looked at October 17th and we're not sure that that is actually the right date, that you guys will want to add more on to that date, but we can talk about that at the end. The applicant is Stantec on behalf of Anthem Properties. We have representative individuals from both Stantec and Anthem here today. And the proposal is the removal of the 35% cap on planned lot development in the Municipal Development Plan. Right now, the schedule for the bylaw review process is first reading was on July 25th. We are back today to provide additional information at the request of Council and to schedule a public hearing. Proposed public hearing date may or may not be October 17th, and second and third readings are a date to be determined. We are now going to move into the part of the presentation of the content that has been prepared by Stantec on behalf of Anthem. We have met with their team multiple times. Both Travis and myself have met with them. And they have prepared the following information. So they are here if there are questions that I'm unable to answer, but the intention is that I'm going to provide the information and hopefully get most of it correct. So the presentation, the background is, hold on. I have actual speaker notes today, so they should make me more organized, but currently they're not. All right. One of the questions we were asked at the last council meeting was more information on the previous proposal first reading. So that was back in July of 2020. And Stantec, on behalf of Anthem and the developer, who are the developers of the community of Chelsea, proposed the MDP amendment relating to the cap on plan lot communities, in new communities. This amendment is associated with a related amendment to the Chelsea Outline Plan and land use, although applies to all new development in residential communities. The initial applications to amend the MDP was submitted in 2020, which was combined with a land use bylaw amendment for compact development in future development areas. The combination of presenting a strategic amendment with a technical bylaw amendments resulted in the respective amendments, being both of them in 2020, being poorly understood and not considered separately. It resulted in a lot of confusion and was compounded by the misconception that the MDP plan lot amendment applied to existing neighborhoods, resulting in redundant feedback. The application did not progress to the second and third readings, and will touch on the difference between the 2021 and the current application again later in this presentation. For this application, the team submitted a simplified, focused application to ensure the proposal and outcomes are clearly articulated and understood. During the process, several options for amending the planned lot cap were evaluated by Stantec and administration, and it was determined that the removal of the cap would be the most favorable outcome from the perspective of the city, residents, and industry. And in fact, Build, correct? Also submitted a letter of support for this as well on behalf of the development community. This option is presented by Stantec, but it is seen as a win-win-win situation by the development community. First reading for the amendment was presented on July 25th. As part of this session, council motioned and directed administration to provide further information with respect to the proposed amendment in order to better understand the potential impacts on the amendments before moving to public hearing and second and third. So the presentation is going to be presented by me. Again, it has been done in collaboration with Stantec. They have done the majority of the legwork, which is pretty typical in application situations. And the presentation is going to first look at the planned lot overview, the current MDP policies, the application is why the application is seeking the amendment, what areas of the city does the amendment apply to and benefit, what are the benefits to new communities, the specific examples of a benefit of planned lot cap removal on community outcomes, how does the MDP amendment support other MDP objectives, how does the amendment benefit the city and council, and responses to questions that were specifically asked at first reading. So, what are planned lots? Planned lots are residential lots that accommodate single detached homes in Chestermere with reduced lot widths from the standard residential single detached R1 dwellings. The table and images on this slide, the images, illustrate the difference between the products. Planned lots were introduced into Chestermere as part of the preparation of the 2016 MDP to improve housing diversity by offering housing products between an estate-sized home associated with the traditional R1 and duplex dwelling associated with R2. To support the introduction of planned lots, a cap was placed on the amount of the lots that were allowed within the community. So you will see here on these images, these are examples from Chelsea. What the planned lot rear lane, so the R1 PRL, looks like, and they're a 32-foot wide lot, and you'll see the lower pictures show the planned lot front drive, R1 PFD, on a 36-foot wide lot. This is an example showing a block of planned lots, front drive and R1. So you can see how they look together visually, and you can see the difference on the side where there's the 36-foot lots and the 45-foot lots. All right, this is where we're going to test my municipal planning brain and talk about price comparisons. So, the household income information for Chestermere in 2020 shows the median household income was $136,000 and the average household income was $157,000 and change. By comparing the price of the R1 lots, those above $1 million, and planned lots, which are priced between $575,000 to $800,000, it becomes clear that the only households with incomes above the median and average can still afford a planned lot. The income disparity shows that the planned lots may be more accessible to a larger proportion of residents in Chestermere, albeit residents with a higher than average income. The current MDP policy on planned lots, most significantly, is Section 3.4.4.4, which specifies the cap on the provision of planned lots development in new and developing communities. The policy states that residential communities shall not comprise more than 35% of the single-family housing within an outline plan. In addition to the quantitative policy, planned lots are also supported by qualitative policies such as those in 3.4.4.5 to guide the provision of planned lots. In the interest of everyone, I'm not going to read what's up there for everything unless you really want me to. Okay, so the amendment to the planned lot policy. The proposed MDP amendment seeks to remove the arbitrary 35% restriction on planned lot provision. The focus on the proposed MDP amendment is to allow for a more balanced and equitable distribution of single detached housing options within new communities by eliminating the 35% restriction. This amendment will be supporting increased opportunities for planned lot development, supporting the availability of a wide range of single detached lots and housing. Ultimately, the amendment will increase the amount of single detached housing in new communities and support the tradition of single detached homeownership in Chestermere. The benefiting areas, as the MDP provides a vision and policy direction for the whole city, the proposed amendment benefits all new and developing residential communities, as well as any potential areas Chestermere that may redesignate to residential in the future. And what are the benefits to the communities? The removal of the arbitrary cap on a specific form of housing generates a range of benefits for new communities. First, it has a provision of more balanced and equitable distribution of single detached housing. It has a provision for more balanced transition of housing options and price points from large format R1 product to more compact R2 duplex development. It provides greater flexibility and ability to provide single detached housing products. It reduces reliance on higher density residential products such as duplex townhouses and apartments to achieve minimum density targets. It promotes a more efficient use of land and in turn more efficient provision of new community infrastructure, services, and amenities. And it also improves timing for the provision of supporting services and amenities, supported by provisions of housing that aligns with buyer preference. Right, this is one of the big questions that was asked last week, or more than a week ago now, sorry. Does the amendment impact density? First, it is important to clarify that this amendment does not automatically lead to an increase in overall density of new communities. Instead, it aims to provide flexibility in accommodating a broader range of housing products. By allowing for more planned lot single-family houses within new and developing communities, this amendment aims to decrease the reliance on higher density units, such as apartments, to fulfill the minimum density of 8 units per acre requirement. The goal is to create space for more diverse housing a more diverse housing mix and offer residents a wider selection of housing types that meet their needs and preferences. This approach recognizes that different individuals and families may have varying housing requirements and desires. By providing this flexibility, new communities can better cater to the needs and preference of their residents, while also meeting the minimum required density guidelines. This enables the development of vibrant and inclusive neighborhoods that offer a mix of housing options, contributing to the overall livability and sustainability of communities. Stantec has provided an example, and so personally, I love this slide. This slide compares the approved outline plan and the proposed outline plan for the southern half of Chelsea. The image showcases a greater number of planned lots. You can see the difference in the yellow. So the greater number of planned lots, evenly distributed throughout the neighborhood, the proposed results in the proposed plan including an additional 52 single-family units. The proposed changes in the Chelsea outline plan leads to a very minimal density increase of 0.47 units per acre, UPA. So you can see the actual unit counts and the changes in the density. One, it brings it up to the required minimum density of 8 units per acre. And it also creates more single-family homes. And you can see that calculation there, which results in 52 additional single-family units and a 0.47 UPA increase. By comparing the housing type distribution between the approved plan and the proposed plan, it is clear how the proposed plan offering more planned lots improves the housing type distribution by creating a more balanced and equitable distribution of single-family housing and increasing in the number of single-family homes. There is also less reliance on apartment units to meet the minimum density. Based on the outcome of these examples, what is clear is that removal of the cap is not necessarily associated with a significant increase in density within new communities. In fact, the removal allows new communities to provide a higher amount of and greater variety of single-family homes while maintaining a similar overall density of 8 UPA. Removal of the cap provides an equitable balance of housing types to cater to a wider range of residents and needs and price points. How does the amendment support other MDP objectives? The proposed amendment aligns with various MDP objectives and policies, including those related to housing diversity, changing housing needs, and creating communities with a sense of place. Policies related to the diversity of housing include 2.1.3.3, 3.3.3.2.3, and 3.4.2.1. The MDP emphasizes increasing the density of housing to promote affordability, a higher tax base, and an efficient use of planned infrastructure for new communities. The continued focus on large lot R1 single detached housing does not adequately address the needs for affordable housing options and places additional economic pressures on future residents. And I will reiterate the comment that was made earlier in terms of affordability is still affordable for people over the mean and average income. We're not talking traditional affordability when we use that word in this presentation. By shifting to a more sustainable and affordable single detached housing product, such as the R1 PRL and R1 PFD, new communities can embrace the diversity and affordability of housing options while continuing to provide an appropriate provision of R1 product. Policies related to the changing housing needs include 3.4.2.3 and 3.4.4.5. The MDP also recognizes the importance of monitoring and adapting to changing housing needs. The proposed amendment addresses this by removing an arbitrary cap that restricts the ability to balance housing product. And policies relating to creating communities with a sense of place, including 2.1.3.1. Additionally, the MDP emphasizes the creation of welcoming and sustainable neighborhoods with creative design, amenities, and infrastructure. Allowing for a balanced housing mix without arbitrary restrictions enables new communities to optimize their vision, design, and fostering a strong sense of place. Overall, the proposed MDP amendment seeks to enhance housing diversity and affordability, adapt the changing needs, and promote the creation of vibrant communities in Chestermere. All right. How does the amendment benefit the city and council? The amendment is not only associated with strong planning rationale, it provides a range of benefits for new communities and the city. Specifically, increasing single-family tax revenue for Chestermere. A review of assessments for the 2022 fiscal year suggests that planned lots have a 10% higher assessed value compared to the R1 lots. Economic diversification, more single-family rooftops, more commercial and employment demand. An efficient provision of municipal services and amenities. Planned lots have a 20 to 35% greater efficiency in service provision compared to a traditional R1 lot, benefiting both the delivery and infrastructure and city services like waste collection. Additionally, as planned lots generate higher tax revenue, it allows a city to invest in community services and amenities. The variety of single-family products can also accelerate community build-out and expand the tax revenue for better servicing the community. Hopefully I didn't break that. Nope, still good. We're going to continue. The better amenities provided more efficiently and with more certainty, creates better certainty in timing of new community build-out, as it will spur province to fund more schools, increased growth opportunities for current and future Chestermere families, less multi-family apartments and more single-family houses that better support existing character of Chestermere, remain competitive in the region so Chestermere continues to grow, and be able to provide recreation centers, commercial options, aging in place, senior housing, medical, education, and more. Now we're going to move into some specific questions that were raised during first reading. The first question we're going to look at is, will this amenity impact the density requirement stated in the MDP? The MDP requires development to meet a minimum of 8 UPA. That has to be done regionally as well. The policy amendment does not change the minimum density requirement. It only provides more flexibility towards how an applicant can meet this requirement through a variety of housing types. Do Chestermere master plans support this amendment, intensification in terms of utilities and transportation? When a developer proposes a new outline plan or an amendment, this application is circulated to all city departments, and it will also be evaluated in terms of planning, engineering, services, social, and economic impacts. This includes a review against the servicing strategy, policy, and capacity, and this process applies to each and every application. What are the differences between this amendment and the application submitted in 2020? So we started to talk about this at the beginning of the presentation. And we do have a member of Stantec here who can speak to the details of both of those applications, as he has been part of both of them. But in summary, there are two key differences. First is that the 2020 amendment was submitted and notified to members of the public in combination with a series of technical amendments to the land use bylaw. Members of the public, as well as council, were asked for their feedback collectively rather than separately on these amendments, which resulted in the amendments being poorly understood and an inability to focus feedback and isolate feedback to the specific land use bylaw amendment or the specific MDP amendment. So it got really confusing. The second key difference is that the 2020 amendment involved amendments that applied to existing as well as new communities, resulting in the perception that the MDP planned lot amendment was also being applied to the existing communities. Clarifying this amendment relates to new and developing communities has been a focus of the application's engagement through this current application. As mentioned earlier, for this application, the applicant team submitted a simplified focused application. To ensure the proposal and outcomes are clearly articulated and understood. During this process, several options for amending the planned lot cap were evaluated, and it was determined that removing the cap would be the most favorable outcome from the perspective of the city, the residents, and industry. This option seems as a win-win-win situation. Our next question is, what is the required density to attract certain businesses, such as Canadian Tire and Home Hardware, to Chestermere? As we mentioned earlier, it is important to clarify that this amendment is focused towards achieving a more balanced provision of housing types as opposed to increasing density. Removing the arbitrary cap will, however, allow applicants to plan and design new communities with greater certainty and efficiency, in turn providing more attractive conditions for growth opportunities for businesses like Canadian Tire or Home Hardware to invest in our community. Community safety, a very important question that was asked, and that is, what is the impact of this amendment on community safety? It is important to understand that this amendment primarily focuses on the ratio of planned lots to overall single-family housing and does not directly impact community safety. The purpose of this amendment is to provide The purpose of this amendment is to provide new communities with more flexibility to adjust this ratio according to the specific conditions and needs of the development. Factors relating to community safety within new communities will continue to be appropriately addressed, including overall community design, design configuration, and treatment of public areas, including roadways, park spaces, and facilities, and provision and design of other safety features such as sidewalks, street lighting, and landscaping. We're getting close to the end. What authority does council have in approving the proposed outline plan and future changes? Council has the power to adopt and amend plans, land use bylaws, and regulations, and will continue to be the authority providing final approval for outline plans in new communities. After a thorough review of the proposed plan by admin and ensuring it aligns with the municipal policies, land use regulations, and community goals, admin will recommend a decision on the plan to council. Through conducting public consultation, council hears community members' input and feedback. The council evaluates compliance with all the requirements to make an informed decision on plan approval. Council still has to approve every outline plan and land use application and can still control the amount of plan lots in a community, regardless of whether there is a cap in place or not. And that brings me to the end. We are here to answer any questions. Ultimately, we are looking for council to accept this report and presentation as information. And we are also looking to have the public hearing scheduled for this bylaw. As mentioned before, we were anticipating October 17th. However, we do have your organizational meeting that day. And we also have an evening public hearing and for a specific item. And so the applicant has indicated, and I'm sure administration can also work with it if we would prefer to have that on a different date, being the next council meeting afterwards, which I think is October 31st. And my preference would be to keep the public hearing separate. We're already going to have enough people at the evening meeting on October 17th. I wouldn't want to tag this on to that. I think given the nature of both of these, having them be separate is in everyone's best interests and reducing that confusion. So October 31st is another option, and the applicant has indicated that that is something they're acceptable with as well. So
Okay, thank you.
I've talked a lot. Please feel free to ask questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, are there any questions for Liz? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Liz. So one of the things I've noticed is in Dawson, just as an example, we're getting into these 36-foot wide rear lane lots, which are creating a lot of issues with parking and access to actually just access overall. Driving through that area, the roads are so narrow, two vehicles can't pass each other if there's vehicles parked on the side. Then one has to stop, pull into an empty spot. And I'm worried that emergency vehicles won't be able to access through that area, like a full-size fire truck, like a ladder truck or anything like that. So the issue is you got these rear lane lots with a garage. The garage is set right back to the minimum offset. There's no parking in front of the garage. A lot of people use their garage for storage. So now there's no parking on the lot. So that's pushing all of the parking onto the streets, which is creating a lot of issues in those areas. So part of our policies in the past, I think, haven't addressed the minimum street widths that we need, and parking, off-street parking, minimum off-street parking for homes.
So I can add a bit of feedback on that. We do have I don't know if it's utility master plan or traffic one, but we do have road dimensions that are set by engineers who are much smarter than me. And I'm looking at Travis because he's one of those engineers who understands that stuff much better than me. And so we do have standards that they have to be built to. Through the circulation process on any application, our emergency services are circulated. And I do believe we also are showing turning radiuses for certain areas to make sure the fire trucks in particular can get through. And the public road is a public road. So we never allocate spots on a public road to a specific house, right? So I'm one of those people. I don't park my car in my garage. And I pray for no hailstorms. And so my garage is exactly what you describe. And it creates a busy street. Busy streets aren't necessarily a bad thing. They slow traffic down. Kids typically get hurt less severely when there's more things on the road that slow the traffic down. And I am flirting with engineering in a way I shouldn't. So I'm going to stop talking. And Travis, do you have anything to add on road design?
I have two comments. So, Councillor Funk, I would say that Chestermere follows a lot of the City of Calgary design guidelines. I would say even when you drive through a lot of City of Calgary new communities, that is also a concern that I've flagged in the past. I used to live in a community in Walden in the southeast, and one of their main drags going in, you have vehicles on both sides. You literally are just waiting for the vehicle to come through before you can get through. It's something that I've identified with our engineering team as well, and something that we're going to take a look at. The second thing is, and I'm going to flip this back to Liz, is that if I'm not mistaken, Chestermere also only has one offset for their rear garage. And I know in central Alberta, we give the option of having two offsets where you can have your garage offset 6 meters to have that parking lane in front of your garage. Something else that we need to take a look at. So there's two things here that we're currently reviewing right now. So, but I agree, it gets congested when you have two vehicles on each side of the road, and it's hard to get two lanes, or you can't get two vehicles passing each other, right? So.
And the land use bylaw item in terms of setbacks, that's something that has been flagged in the land use bylaw update that is ongoing, that you guys will have a separate meeting on, item on an agenda in the near future. So that is something that is being part of that review. We have some other administrative things with the planned lot rear in terms of secondary suites. And so we are looking at including those with that package. However, one, administratively, we're not ready to bring that forward yet. But also with this one, we didn't want to bring both at the same time because that is something that happened last time, and we wanted to make sure that this one is heard for its own merits.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to the presenter, I want to echo much of what Councillor Funk just said. I'm concerned about some of our newer communities right now where the roads seem to be getting narrower. And I have some friends that live in the south part of Calgary where some communities are designed there, and Councillor Funk is bang on. It would be impossible if everybody's home and the cars are parked there and something happened and there was a car accident and then there was a house fire, and I don't know how those emergency vehicles are going to get through. And so I think we're at a stage right now where we're looking at this plan. And I just wanted to echo what he said. I would like us to really consider that and look at that. And then also, as we know, I'm just wondering, on these planned lots, do the widths in terms of like between houses and things like that, how is that affected in regards to fire and safety and things like that?
So the two planned lot, the front drive and rear lane ones, have been in existence for a number of years now. They do have required setbacks, and they do have to meet safety codes. So I'm not an expert in that, but I guarantee those buildings wouldn't be being built if they didn't meet the requirements from a fire safety perspective. I can bring someone to answer that to the next meeting or get you a better answer, but there's no way safety codes and our building inspectors would be allowing those to be built if they weren't out of the correct materials and with the correct setbacks as well.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'd like to echo the same concerns of Councillor Funk and Councillor Dean. I guess more of a comment than anything else. I found the whole sort of presentation like a maxed sales pitch. Because as I was going through that, I could go, what do they know that they're not telling me, right? And there's a lot of holes in there that I understand that, like, we'll go to, first reading and let the public have their say. But we're a recreational community, right? There's a lot of people have a lot of toys, have a lot of things in here, and that's a lifestyle, a choice that they make, right? And I'm pretty sure most residents want that to continue. And, the things of it doesn't increase density, but it allows for increased density, right? So, like, things are always put in a very positive light. Other things, even on the affordability, the fact we have one of the lowest mill rates, right? Because paying your property taxes is, in fact, part of the home ownership thing. Like, those things are not necessarily built into that equation. It's just a comparison to everyone else. It's just a standard. So I found generally in the presentation that, like, there's pros and cons to each side. And what we seem to focus here really on in this presentation was just the positive, put everything in a positive light. So I'm skeptical on that.
Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, through the chair. And I guess my question is both for the applicants and also maybe Travis. And my question is also on roads, but more on 17th Avenue Southeast. So I guess the question for the applicant would be, in the event the cap is removed, what would be the timing of your development, and what does that look like for the timing of the twinning of 17th Avenue? So, thank you.
I'll answer the part of the 17th Ave. So, Councillor Narayan, 17th Ave, as we can see, is very congested right now, regardless of any future development or densification in certain areas. We are working with 2 or 3 developers that are looking at helping us front end the expansion of Chestermere Boulevard from Range Road 284 to Rainbow Road. And so we're looking at even doing some of the preliminary earthworks on that this year, and looking at some of the intersection upgrades that are needed, specifically going back to Councillor Funk's comment probably 4 or 5 months ago in regards to the double left turn on Rainbow Road going westbound on Chestermere Boulevard. That is something that we're actively designing right now, because we need a dual receiving lane on Chestermere Boulevard going westbound. So there's going to be upgrades to Chestermere Boulevard, 17th Avenue, in the very near future, including some of the work that's going to happen right away. And we're working with the developers on that because they're helping us front end that. So in regards to the first comment, though, on the timing, I don't know if that's, if this were to go through and areas were to be densified, I don't know how fast that the developer is willing to move on implementing some of these changes. I don't know if Brady or Scott wants to get up and address that or not, or...
There you go.
Yeah, morning, members of council. Thanks for the presentation, Liz. Brady Morris with Anthem, the applicant, and the landowner and developer of Chelsea. I have a lot of comments. I'll save them specific to the question you asked, is the timing of 17th Avenue. It's a massive piece of infrastructure, talking probably somewhere between the neighborhood of $17 to $20 million. It's a levy funded. It's within the offsite levy that is collecting fees based on every developer that comes in and pays municipal levies. It goes into a kitty that is supposed to grow and supposed to fund this. We all know that right now that account is not large enough. So we're working with Travis and some other landowners directly everyone's impacted by 17th Avenue. But right now there's a couple of developers that front onto it that we're working on coming up with a funding model that's fair and that can get that road twinned. It is something we all want. If we were to tie it back to this application, because I think it was being tied back to this application, it has an impact. I think I kind of brace a little bit of densification, because this application is not about densification, and this application is not about road widths. Those road widths were set when the outline plan was approved many, many years ago. This application has nothing to do with that. There's also a lot of planning discussion that we could have during the public hearing about how lanes create another thoroughfare, and that by having lanes with rear garages, you've opened up this street, yes, to on-street parking, but in the back of the lane, you have the parking. With a front drive, two front drive homes backing onto each other, there is no lane. So all of the parking gets put out to the front. But we can get into that discussion in a public hearing and prepare some exhibits. So to get back to the root question, we're working on building out 17th Avenue. Us developers are trying to make economic sense of developing out in Chestermere, and that's, it's a balancing act, and it's a balance between the numbers. So we're getting there. We need growth to support that. We need commercial development to support some of that. All of that results in more rooftops faster. And when I say more rooftops, I mean more rooftops sooner. We're not creating more density in these applications. We're trying to accelerate the pace of development in Chestermere so that all of you and all of us can achieve everything in that municipal development plan: schools, recreation facilities, better roads, better playgrounds, better parks, all of those things. So I just want to be really clear on what the ask of this application is. I think Liz did a tremendous job today. It's not our it's not our presentation that we'll give you at the public hearing, but anyways, I think I probably talked enough on that. So that's my answer.
Councillor Dean.
Sorry, through the mayor. I didn't catch the gentleman's name who just spoke there, but just wanted to jump on something that you said there that I thought was really good. I think it would be good for public to have some clarification on that parking piece on the rear lanes, because I think there's some confusion there as to whether or not people can park in front of their garages, so to speak, on that back lane if there's enough room to get through, and how the bylaw of all that works and everything. So I think to have some clarity around some of those things would be really helpful, because like I said, I do think that there's some confusion there. So I did pick up on that. So thanks for that mentioning on that.
Thanks. Callan, could I share my screen? It's correct what developer Brady indicated, that these plans are pre-approved. Which is the challenge, is that personally I believe that all houses should have off-street parking, which is accomplished typically in your front driveway and as well as your drive. Your garage. The lots are similar length, as you can see, with the length here is about 117, and then these I think are about 112, but they probably average out similar when you include the back lane. The big difference, as the city director Travis mentioned, was the lack of off-street parking in the rear. You've got the garage, but you don't have the two stalls that are parked typically on the parking pad in front of the garage. And as Travis mentioned, that it is possible to move the garage forward. It does limit, obviously, your backyard space that's behind that. And as you can see in this picture, you sacrifice either backyard space or front yard space. And so in this situation, we have a lot of front yard space that I wonder which is preferred by residents. If they were to have, the ability to have off-street parking, maybe have the houses closer to the front, maybe it's a combination of the two. I personally think that there has to be off-street parking because it is impacting the streets, which, as we know, streets are meant for traffic. So the parking causes a problem, obviously, when there's no additional off-street parking. As Brady mentioned, these are pre-approved at this point, so it is a challenge that we're definitely dealing with. But I think on a go forward, there needs to be a solution that's thought forward, where the developers have to identify enough off-street parking, including the garage, for a minimum of typically 4 stalls. Obviously, that's quite challenging when you're looking at apartments and duplexes, but it is a challenge that causes strife between neighbors as well, and that's something that us as a council are left with for the next 30, 40 years. And it adds cost to bylaw, et cetera. So that's interesting for sure. So if there's not any other questions, Councillor Fote has a question, and then we'll move forward.
Through the mayor to Liz, I do have a problem with the parking side of it. Not only for the fire department to try to get around in that tight area with all that parking on the front, but I have a problem with the ability for the snow removal operations people trying to work around some of these vehicles on their main thoroughfares and things like that. That is a problem, and we've experienced it in other parts of our city, and I believe that's going to change. I don't want to throw this in to get us off topic or anything like that, but we're seeing this densification of planned lots and stuff like that. Do we have enough schools and backyards? Like the mayor just mentioned that you got to sacrifice backyard or front yard or whatever you're going to do. Where's the parks close to this to allow these people some place to play rather than just have a place to live?
All right. So again, Callan, can you put up the motion, please? So the request today is to, I believe, to accept as information and to move forward for public hearing. Okay. So I think we should move forward with that. All right. If I can get one of the councillors to read the motion into the record, please. Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council accept the bylaw 015-23 MDP amending bylaw presentation as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in regards to the motion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, I guess we're going to vote on our digital. So click to enter, and then all in favor, or I guess you can vote either way you wish, yes or no. All at once. All opposed? We still need Councillor Foat, need you to vote.
Oh, I thought I did. Sorry.
Yep.
When it takes it, it gets a little boundary around it.
Plus, I believe it'll turn bright yellow once you've chosen, or red for no. Councillor Ryan? Awesome. All right, I think we're done. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, so our next motion is for the setting of the public hearing. I do agree that it most likely should be set for the 27th. Sorry, the 31st. Just before Halloween. That's right. That's right. Can't take too long that day. All right, if I can get a councillor to read the motion into the record, please. Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaw 015-23 to take place at 9 a.m. on October 31st, 2023.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion presented? All in favor? I guess use your screen. And all opposed, vote at the same time, please. That was fast. All right. Callan? Carried. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Move on to our next. It's 10 o'clock. Would you like to take a recess? Bathroom break? Yes. Okay, great. We'll come back at 10:15, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're just coming back from our break. Thanks for your patience. It's now 10:15 a.m., 10:16. We're just going to jump to item number 5.2. Sorry, item number 5.1, pages 69 to 79, which is the 17th Avenue 300 millimeter water main asset transfer presented by Travis Fillier, our City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Callan, is this the latest one that I sent you? Yes. Okay, thank you. So, I'm here to talk to you about the asset that we currently own on 17th Ave, our 300 mil water main. Do I have a clicker? So the intent of this presentation is to we have received a request from the City of Calgary to transfer the ownership of a portion of the 17th Ave water main between 84th Street Southeast and Range Road 284, which is our city boundary. Today, I'll be asking for a motion from council whether we want to transfer this asset to the City of Calgary, or if council wishes to not transfer the asset. So a bit of background on this. Currently, Calgary services Chestermere with potable water with two main lines. We have a 900 mil, what they call the East Calgary Regional Water Line that services Chestermere and Strathmore. That one runs along Township 240. We also have a 300 mil water main that runs along 17th Avenue into the city of Chestermere. This one solely services Chestermere. So the City of Calgary's ask is that they want to relocate their existing, well, not existing, they're going to build a new one, but they currently have a water meter on 84th Street, southeast, and they want to relocate it to the city boundary, which is Range Road 284 for us. They're looking at acquiring this 3.2 kilometer section of water main. And what will happen is the new Belvedere feeder will also tie into this within the 3.2 kilometer meter section. Some of the pros for this is that what our engineering team is able to negotiate is that we currently have a feed of 115 liters per second off of that 300 mil water main that comes in to the city of Chestermere on 17th Ave. And what that is a bit of a limiting factor, I guess, as the city continues to grow. So our engineering team was successful in negotiating a higher increase in the demand on the line, putting it to 145 liters per second. What this does is it defers our capital by 10 years approximately. This is the new reservoir that the city of Chestermere will need, and we're currently working through the timing of that and where it's located through our utility masters plan by our consultant, which may end up putting the new reservoir on the east side of the city, potentially, to be determined still. But essentially, this $11 million asset is being pushed out by another 10 years, which is pretty good. We're looking at potential credit. So, of course, City of Calgary would expect that there's some value in this asset that we're transferring. It comes with a cost. In 2012, the cost of the asset was $419,930. Current book value of that puts it at about $326,000. That's for the complete 5 kilometer section along 17th Ave. However, the City of Calgary section, they're only looking at 3.2 kilometers of this, which puts it at a value of $271,000, and then the book value being at about $210,000. In City of Calgary's request, in their letter, it identifies that should council direct administration to continue with this transfer of the asset, the City of Calgary would still come in and do their own evaluation on the line as well. So the exact dollar amount to be determined. If we were to get compensation for this, which is what we're looking for, we could see it in a potential credit to to the charges that we receive monthly for the consumption of water. Access to better consumption monitoring with the new SCADA system and their new water meter chamber. So right now, there's no monitoring available. Current water quality will be maintained or improved if possible. Improved system reliability with the new feeder main loop within Belvedere, which if you go back to this figure, you can see the red line. This is the one that will tie in to this 3.2 kilometer section of the 300 mil water line. What this also does is when this new feeder is built before the end of 2024, that's what's going to guarantee us our 145 liters per second to be able to up the demand for us. And supply. And then so the asset right now, we've estimated that it's about 30 years left out of the 50 for its service life. Reduced O&M access and coordination issues within the City of Calgary boundary. And then lower operating and maintenance fees. Direct savings in the EPCOR contract because they have less asset to manage, which allows us to reallocate some of those funds elsewhere. A couple of potential cons, which are kind of related to each other. The water main asset feeds Chestermere Reservoir. As I mentioned, the 300 main is directly for Chestermere that we installed. And so ideally, we would prefer no tie-ins to this water line. However, because the Belvedere feeder main is also going to increase the pressure on the whole entire system, then it allows us to achieve the 145 liters per second. So con, not really. It's guaranteeing us an additional supply and allows us to defer our capital investment by 10 years, and that being estimated at about $10 or $11 million. The second bullet point there is that Chestermere will have no control on future tie-ins beyond the City of Calgary's initial commitment. So again, the 3.2 kilometer section, if Calgary's guaranteeing us the 145 liters per second in the master servicing agreement, then this is not really too much of a concern for us or risk. So here's just a bit of a summary of the asset. So again, it's a 300 mil water line on 17th Ave. We're looking at the total length is 5 kilometers, but the transfer length is only 3.2. We installed this in 2012. The asset cost is about $419,000, like I had mentioned. And then the book value of that was at about $326 for the entire thing. But again, for the 3.2 kilometer section, we're looking at about $210,000. So next steps on this, we would have to secure council's decision on whether or not the transfer of the asset is something that we want to move forward with. We'd have to go through finance as well to have approval from TD Bank as well as our finance team to handle the asset disposal. So maybe what I'll do here before I hit the conclusion on the motion is that maybe I'll just pause here and see if council has any questions for me.
Thanks, Travis. I have a question. So we're continuing to have access to water through that pipeline to Chester?
Yeah, it does. It feeds the reservoir for us right now. Again, it's one of the supplies to Chestermere. So the biggest reason for Calgary wanting to move the meter is that number one, it's failing on them right now. It's in a location where it floods. So they have to rebuild it anyway. And so it improves the system if they were to move it to the their east boundary, which is our west boundary. It makes most sense as well because we're currently operating within a utility right away within the City of Calgary boundary and trying to maintain something that's feeding us anyway. So for us to shorten that length and reduce our operating maintenance costs, it just kind of makes sense, right? And then allows them to put their asset on the boundary of the City of Chestermere and Calgary. So
for your planning purposes, you're taking a look at your density that you can get from the pipe being at 145 liters a second, and that allows you to extrapolate out the number of homes you can tie into that.
That just being one feed though.
Yes.
Because
out of that
currently we
feed.
tap off the 900 as well. Yeah.
So there's no, so what I'm getting at is that as long as we maintain our capacity in the pipeline of 145, which is actually an increase,
Yeah, exactly.
we don't lose anything.
No, we do not.
So we're not giving up any capacity for whatever that pipeline specifically can provide.
No, absolutely not. Again, the Belvedere feeder main is actually only going to improve when they tie into that.
Yeah.
That's what's going to achieve the 145 for us. So if we were to maintain at 115, we would be building the new reservoir sooner than later. So again, hats off to our engineering team in negotiating that. So
And when you're looking at the asset cost, because that was my initial thoughts when I saw this, I thought for some reason when I read it, we were losing the access to capacity here and they were putting the additional capacity in our other line.
no,
No.
we're not looking at reducing any.
No, we're
capacity.
keeping both, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're getting, it kind of seems like that's a bit of a win-win then.
Oh, it's 100% a win-win.
Because I was going to get into price of pipe and all this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
And so there's no point in doing that. Okay. And then the other thing you mentioned is identified EPCOR savings. How does that part work?
So I guess when you look at EPCOR's contract, they give us, we spend about $185,000 a month, I think it is, on EPCOR's contract. What they would have done is that they would have assessed all of our current assets and how they manage them. So if there's infrastructure within that 3.2 kilometer meter section that they have to maintain for us, which we do because we have to operate that, then we'd have to get into the details with EPCOR on, hey, how many man hours, resources do you put on this section of line? And then we would have to look at getting the credits or whatever for that. So
Now, is that because EPCOR, Calgary also uses EPCOR? Or do
I
they
don't know
or
if
don't?
Calgary uses. I don't know if Calgary uses EPCOR
Are they willing to give up part of their contract that was fixed,
for that section of line or just in general.
just in general?
I would have to get into conversations on that. I don't have the answer to that. So
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, Travis. I don't see a downside to this, and I want to make sure I understand it correctly. If we go back to, I guess, 2 slides back on this one, is the first little circle is where the existing water meter is.
Correct.
Right, and that was solely for the purpose of feeding Chestermere. Right, and then the second circle is where the boundary line between us is, and that's where we move the meter. So that's on somebody else's territory. And I see that it was also feeding East Hills and stuff like that. And any underground, if there was any leakage or whatever in there, that was all coming to us. So they were taking whatever measures they have off that meter, taking an allowance for East Hills to reduce that consumption. But that's what we were being charged with.
correct.
So any leakage or whatever that occurs in there, we were getting nailed with. By moving it to our city boundary, right, it eliminates our need, our liabilities in the future. It probably improves the efficiency or the monitoring of how much water Chestermere consumes. We have the other one along 240 that also runs up a Rainbow Road that goes to the reservoir, so it's never a capacity issue for us. So I don't see a downside. Am I missing something in here, or?
There's nothing missing here. And I believe the request from Calgary came back in like 2021. I don't know if it was, I'm not sure if Mark was here, maybe he'd give us some history on why it never gained any traction. But I think the original request, this was in the crosshairs for Calgary for a couple of years already. And so I think, staff turnover as well, and then things get stalled and, getting it to council and all that sort of thing may have had some part in the past. But right now they're looking at doing their preliminary design right now, and they want an answer from Chestermere as if we would be willing to entertain this. And when we've sat back and assessed it, and Mark was like, hey, we could bump our 115 to 145 and defer our capital costs by another 10 years. It's like, yeah, let's do it. And then, if there's a potential credit coming back, because, we pay per meter cube per month, right? As you see those bills come in. So if there's a couple $100,000 there that we could get credited back for the cost of that asset, yeah, it is a win-win. So. And then less operating and maintenance costs, like you had said, for us, and if there are any leaks within that 3.2 kilometer section that we don't know about, right? Because, their SCADA system needs improvement and all that sort of thing. So it's like, we could be paying for water that we don't even know we're just
Yeah. Well, and financially, I suspect the original one was built with grant money, right? So there was no outlay on our behalf. We're incurring depreciation expense for consuming its life as we go. So that just improves our financial numbers. And we actually have cash that comes back or compensation for it.
Yep.
And then it becomes, their big issue is they need to control that because they want to service Belvedere, that whole area. Right? So I don't see any issue. This makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. The one thing that I was looking at, it's a weird situation having your utility provided by another municipality. Because typically you'd look at the max capacity of the pipeline and you know, what are we getting out of it? What's our future? But Calgary controls the volume. So, you know, we have to negotiate that every time. So it's not quite the same as, you know, us controlling our own destiny. So, yeah, in my mind, it's a very good deal because we're increasing our capacity flow that we already have, and then they're taking over the maintenance and plus paying for it. So that's you know, there's no lose in that situation.
Correct.
Councillor Dean.
Thank you through the mayor to Travis. I'm just wondering too if there's a possibility of seeing a residual payoff of doing this in terms of creation of a goodwill, given the location of this pipe and us. It's already come up today, the twinning of 17th, and getting Calgary on that portion. I just wonder if there's a helpfulness in there, right, as we are giving this asset or negotiating on this asset and things like that. If there could be a positive step in that direction as well.
Just with the relationships with the city of Calgary, 100%. This would have definitely been one of the items on our upcoming IMC meetings. So, because I'm trying to get those rolling again with the municipalities, with Rocky View, right, and with the city of Calgary. So we're looking at doing an IMC meeting with Calgary coming up in October. And this definitely, if we weren't been able to get any traction or get this to council here today, like that would have been something that would have come up for sure. There's other items too, like Range Road 284 and, you know, even their expansion of Chestermere Boulevard, 17th Ave, because that's something that's, you know, that I need to get from them as well. You know, we can do our twinning of our section, but people are still going to bottleneck coming into the city if there's only still, you know, two-way traffic, one lane each, right? So that's items that would be on the agenda. So again, this would be a positive step forward and just that relationship building for sure. Yeah. Good point.
Okay. If we could see the motion, Callan, please. I know with the CMRB, it's one of their, if not their number one priority or top priority, the twinning of 17th Avenue. So it's on their list of something they support.
Yeah, I don't know what the time frame is on that, but it's something we'll bring up in the IMC.
Definitely.
I'll engage our transportation consultant as well because he's been quite involved in CMRB and the regional planning as well as being our consultant. So I'll get some more insight on that one.
Okay, if I could get Councillor to read in the first motion. Councillor Henley.
Motion that council directs city administration to proceed with the asset transfer to the city of Calgary for the portion of the 17th Avenue water main between 84th Street Southeast and Range Road 284.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion presented? All right, I'd like to call a vote. All votes are in. And it's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Travis. Okay, moving on to item 5.2. Amending motion number 230117-09. Callan, I just believe a little bit of wordsmithing here. I think there would be a period after the shuttle buses. So not there. See where it says before phase 1? Yeah, right there. Yeah. And then the rest of that would all be crossed out. So, Callan, just for clarity, so in the proper motion, we would be amending the motion, or we would amend it that it would read as this motion?
That is correct. You're amending a previous motion, so it currently reads as this motion, as you stated again. So,
Okay. If I could have this motion read into the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council allows administration to implement the transit system for the city of Chestermere. Council allows administration to purchase the buses needed to begin the City of Chestermere transit program, and any purchases would come out of the 2023 transportation budget. The buses will be a combination of molly trolleys and shuttle buses. Administration provides quarterly updates for council's refinements of the implementation plan. New infrastructure costs shall consist of only posts and/or signs.
Thank you. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, to Councillor Funk, I believe you needed to start motion that council amend the motion 230117-09 to read as, where you would just began reading the read as portion.
Yes.
Would you be willing to restate that, Councillor Funk?
Yep, I'll reread the whole thing. Thank you. Motion that council amend motion 230117-09 to read as. Motion that council allows administration to implement the transit system for the city of Chestermere. Council allows administration to purchase buses needed to begin the City of Chestermere transit program, and any purchases would come out of the 2023 transportation budget. The buses will be a combination of molly trolleys and shuttle buses. Administration provides quarterly updates for council's refinements of the implementation plan. New infrastructure costs shall consist of only posts and/or signs.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All right, I'd like to call a vote. Carried. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We're getting better at all this. Okay, so moving on to item number 6. Pages 80 to 88 is a report for information from the RCMP, which is in your packages on pages 80 to 88, which includes the Chestermere Municipal August 2023 Detachment at a Glance and Crime Gauges, and the Chestermere Municipal August 2023 5-Year Crime Stats. All right, Callan, do you have a motion to accept that as information? All right, if I can get the motion read into the record, please. Councillor Hanley?
I would recommend, for clarity, that council accept the RCMP information package as information as per items 6.1 of the September 26th regular council meeting. Because otherwise we don't know what we're referring to.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll read the motion now. Motion that council accepts the RCMP information package as information per item 6.1 of the September 26, 2023 regular council meeting agenda.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All right, please vote. Thank you. Cal? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our IT discussion, which is item 6.2, which is on pages 89 to 102 of your package, which is an IT September update presented by Jay Wallace, IT manager, which is an IT department full review and update for today. The screen? Yeah, I wondered why you didn't have it right towards you. Because it could go further. I thought you'd be able to read it at that length. That's good that it works. Good morning.
So, council. Oh yeah. Forgot about this. It's been a while since I've been in here. But you guys are excited to see me again. Oh yeah. All right. So for today, I am just presenting for information projects that we've completed so far in this last quarter. Projects that we started this quarter and we should expect to finish by the end of Q4 or the end of the year. And a number of ones that we're going to be starting actually in Q4 itself. So we'll go through each of these. Some of the projects we've finished, we launched the new civic site. The cityofchestermere.com website was launched beginning of August. And we have, we have retired the old civic site. So we will be canceling our contract with Civic Plus shortly. We finally got all the building upgraded to one single security system. So we're all on DNA Fusion between all three of the buildings. That allows us to give us better access and monitoring of people going in and out of the various buildings. We have finished a complete inventory of all the equipment within the City Hall, and starting in October, we are going to do the Fire Hall and Public Works as well, to get an idea of exactly what we have with equipment. So we will set up and configure, we set up and configured a new IT inventory management system. So we actually had a system that we were able to repurpose, and now we can manage all of our inventory. So everybody's computers will be tracked and linked to individuals in the system. And we started to replace a lot of our older, outdated computers over this past quarter. Got rid of a lot of the old Surfaces and some of the older laptops. And we have installed and configured new domain controllers. They were part of a project for this year. And so they have been configured. Now we just have to remove the old ones. And the HyperFlex is now in the rack, powered up, and we're getting ready to start the building of the new server and starting to migrate all the data over. And that will be a Q4 project. And finally, retired the old Civic site. We will be canceling our contract with Civic Plus and our contract with Lions. I took all of the information from Lions, which was just a cPanel place, moved it on to our new web server, and was able to then migrate the old, everything from the old site onto the new one. And so we no longer will need the Civic Plus service. Some of the things we got started in Q3, the configuration of the HyperFlex, like I said, it's been powered up. rolling out the computer recycling program, we've found a way to hopefully reflash older computers that we're able to then either sell for charity or give away to charities that might need it, or families in need that might need a computer. So we're just working through some testing. The Surfaces didn't do too well with it, but the laptops seem to be okay. The Surfaces, they're not a very reliable computer after they've been in use for 5 or 6 years. We are in the process of upgrading our Active Directory system, which is how we use our single sign-on. The ADFS is how we sign on single one time to go across all of our applications. And then we'll complete the inventory at Fire Hall and Public Works. And the sound masking, which help reduce some of the noise within the building. We are in talks with a company to bring a quote for that, so we'll be working on that. And this is the stuff we're going to be starting in Q4 along with those other projects that we're finishing off. We are going to be installing a new human resources information system called Rise People, and this will replace our current Avanti system. We will be creating a new resident portal. The resident portal gives the residents of the city access to things like paying their bills online, buying licenses online. It also gives them citizenship cards, so we can then prove if somebody's a resident of the city, especially for things they can get library passes, bus passes. I will talk a little bit more about each of these systems in the coming slides. A new records and workflow management system from Laserfish. We're still in demonstration stage with this one. The new closed circuit TV, we have selected Verkada and TP Communications out of Calgary to do the installation. Verkada will be supplying all the equipment for this, and then we will be supplying Cisco switches to connect to our network, so that it'll be run off our network and not run off of LTE or cellular. And we're going to be installing a new authentication system to replace ADFS, as I mentioned previous. It's called Cisco Duo. And we're going to be installing a new endpoint malware protection called Cisco AMP. Those two tools together with our other Cisco products gives us a complete security stack of Cisco products, so that we are now fully protected from end to end. And then we have Darktrace on the outside, monitoring all the email traffic. So these will secure the city from any attacks. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of these products and why we've selected them to replace some of our other systems. So we selected Rise over to replace Avanti. We didn't feel Avanti was giving us everything we needed. One of the big key parts was their performance management. The Rise performance management tool is really nice, simple, and very interactive with managers, with their staff. So we're going to roll out Rise People in 2 phases. In Q1, we're going to do the people management portion of it, which will include putting all our employees in, getting performance reviews set up, getting all that part of it set up, allowing the users to get in and set their sort of profiles and stuff up. And then in Q1, we're going to move into the payroll system. So everything will be fully integrated together in there. Some of the key benefits, and you can, if you have access to the pages, you can just go to each of these to get a little bit more details, but some of the key benefits. It will help streamline our recruiting process. So it's an all-in-one system where you can do your recruiting, you can do your hiring, do your onboarding, all within the same system. You don't have to repeat anything. Once you start bringing in recruits, you can then put them into the hiring chain, then into the onboarding if they're hired. So it keeps it seamless and not a lot of double entry of information. And all their records will stay with that person as they go along. It has a nice, very simple people directory and organizational chart, which can be managed quite easily through the system. It can also allow us to do on-demand pay stubs. The big one is performance reviews. It can do one-on-one performance and 360 peer reviews. It can track it and report all of this information. So this is a key part that we've been missing here at the city, is we don't have any way to evaluate our employees or how the employees will evaluate us as managers. So it gives it full transparency for that. It also helps us reduce the paper. So it gives us the ability to do e-signatures for approvals like time off, approvals for hiring people. It can all be done through e-signatures. Time off management, it has, similar to what we have, but to be quite honest, I find the Avanti time off management system kind of cumbersome. This one seems a lot cleaner and straightforward to use for our employees. And it gives us the ability to have self-management, so employees can go in and update information that they need to. And there's a mobile app, so obviously you can do this on your phone. Like everything nowadays, you have to be able to do it on your phone. B-City, again, it was for a resident portal. This goes beyond the City of Chestermere website or Chestermere Today, which are more information about what's going on in the city and what's going on in and around or within the city hall. So this one is more for the residents outside. It gives you the trusted citizen ID, so we can, people who have this application, it's not a free for all. You have to be a resident and to sign up for this, to use this platform, and you have to log in to get it. It allows us to feed any news bites that we want from either Chestermere Today or the City of Chestermere. Wherever we want to bring news in, it can add news feeds to this. And this also has an emergency notification system. The nice thing about this is that if most of the residents are signed up, we will be able to notify more residents than what's currently on Voyant, which you have to sign up to get notifications from Voyant. This one is built in with this, so if people are signing up to get their taxes or their utility bills, then this is automatically built in. They can also see scheduled services, so when is garbage being picked up, when is snow removal happening, where is it happening. All of these services can be updated within this app so people can see what's going on in and around the city. Allows them to purchase permits, so it'll be able to directly purchase a business permit, pet permits, whatever else we want to put in there. The big one is to review and pay utility bills and tax bills. They won't need to come in. Right now we do have a sign up for e-billing, but they will actually be able to pay them directly on the site here. And for the future, as we have been talking about public transit, they would be able to, or we'd be able to sell bus passes on here as well. So if that is something we want to do down the road, bus passes can be done here. One I forgot to put on there was library cards. We can also set it up so that your library card is part of this application as well. So they can set up for that as well. So, and it has a city admin dashboard, so we can see everything and everybody from one location. And we'll be doing I'm doing a demo with, not a demo, sorry. The UAT will start on Thursday. I'm meeting with them. They've built the site. They're just adding some more stuff to it. And Thursday we're going to start going through UAT. I will probably go through that for a week or two, getting a few people signed up just to prove it out, make sure everything's working the way we want it to work. Laserfiche has been selected as a document management system. It's not just for document management, it's actually for workflow improvement process. And this will be a long project. Anybody I've talked to who's gone through this, it can be anywhere from 2 to 5 years to get all of your information put in. So it's going to be a long project. Key benefits, it allows us to start managing a single source of truth of everything. So all our documents will be managed through this, and when they're changed, they're versioned within the system. So we always can go back and find a copy of it, of an older version of that document. So we're able to better manage where all our information is. It allows us to be more collaborative, more transparent, and just have better document control with all of our documents. And this includes engineering, maps, everything, not just Word docs or Excel spreadsheets. All documentation will eventually roll into this system. It's got a very robust search and retrieval, very similar to Google. Type in a keyword, it brings back a bunch of information, then you can start filtering on that information. And we can actually embed that search and retrieval as part of the websites. So we can also, if we needed to, when we build a portal for the staff, if we do decide to do that, then we can easily put documents inside of that as well. They have something called intelligent data capture, and what it does is it starts to scrape some of the documentation to find keywords and start building profiles so that searching can be done faster and more geared towards the person. As opposed to bringing back a lot of stuff, it can start bringing back more relevant information. And that obviously keeps building as we add more and more documentation to it. One of the big things is the workflow automation. We are doing a proof of concept right now with them on our accounts process, accounts payable process, to find out where we can improve on that process that seems to take 30 days. We need to be able to get that time down faster and get our vendors paid sooner. So the workflow allows it to hand off seamlessly from one person to the next person for approvals or signatures, anything like that. It can be done faster, and there's a breadcrumb trail of where it's going, and then you can kind of see where the bottlenecks are within that. It integrates with our accounts payable system, our accounting system, engineering. It'll integrate with all our systems, no different than file directory. It will integrate with all the systems so that it will become our source of truth for all documents. It's SOC 2 compliant, so that all the information is stored securely and meets all the standards. And it's already used by a lot of municipalities. Laserfiche has been around since 1987. They've been around a long time. They weren't called Laserfiche at first, but they've been Laserfiche for many years and sort of the leader in this industry. So it's being used quite regularly by other municipalities. The CCTV project, we are kicking that one off. I met with them on Friday. They've come up with a couple of ideas to augment what I had presented to you guys earlier this year, and they've come up with some better, maybe a little bit better solution, and maybe a little more cost effective by tying into some of the existing infrastructure. All the Verkada equipment comes with a 10-year warranty. It doesn't require DVRs or NVRs. All the information is stored on the devices. And the nice thing about Verkada, which was better than the Meraki, we can actually store up to a year's worth of video on these machines. It's all stored on board, so it's an on-demand. When we need to see something or get something, it will pull it down for us. That way we're not using tons of bandwidth, sending it off to a DVR and being recorded somewhere else. It's being recorded on the device, and we can capture it at any point in time. We can access it from anywhere. There's a really nice mobile device. I got a demo of that last year, as well as the desktop device that we can then see multiple cameras at once. Enhanced security and role-based access. So as I had mentioned previous in my CCTV presentation, that we can actually limit who can see which camera at which time of the day, right down to an individual person seeing an individual camera. We can make it as broad as we want, that all admin can see it, or we can make it as narrow as we want and say only that one particular camera is visible to anybody. So there's a very broad scope with the security. Everything is encrypted. So even if somebody was to hack the camera, they can't do anything with it because all that information is encrypted. It can send us SMS alerts. So for example, we program that look for a car with license plate XYZ. If that car did come into the city, we would be notified, or whoever's on the alert system would be notified that that car has entered the city, for example. And it's easy for us to download information and share with the RCMP or the CPO saying, we found this information, or we saw, when we had that break-in the other day, a couple weeks ago in the library, we would have been able to pull that information off the cameras and give it to the RCMP to find out who was there. Like I said, it used minimal bandwidth because it's storing all the information on the device itself and not uploading it to a DVR. And it will be connected to our actual network here in the building. So we've added that extra layer of security. It will be through in behind our firewall. The video search is pretty remarkable. You could type in "show me everybody with baseball cap" between Saturday and Sunday, and it will show everybody who's got a baseball cap on. You can say everybody wearing a blue shirt, it will pull black. It's able to pull that kind of information out of the video. So it's quite remarkable how powerful the search is on these videos. And it gives us two ways of viewing it. We can view live stream, or we can view a steady state. Steady state is every time you click on it or roll over it, it will then start streaming for you, or you can just watch it live. And you can see all the information coming down or going on at that one point in time. And all software, because it's connected to our network, will automatically update the cameras with any new software, any new updates that the cameras actually need will be automatically done. We don't actually physically have to go out and change or update the cameras. Some of the older ones, you have to update them, or they just become old and obsolete. These will stay current for 10 years, at least 10 years. And it uses a centralized management dashboard, so we're able to view everything at once. We got a demo of a similar one from Airdrie. It's quite good. You can see anything and everything. Right now we're starting off with only 7 cameras, but as we expand to the buildings, we will obviously be able to see a lot more. The new Duo system is already part of what we have here. We already have Duo. We have 150 licenses. They were just never implemented. So starting in next week, I will be working with our Cisco guy to start implementing Duo security. And this will, unfortunately for people, it will require two-factor authentication. Unfortunately, it will require two-factor authentication. Everybody's going this way. This is becoming a norm with everything. So our old ADFS does not really manage that very well. The Duo system is its own app that it can more easily use than Microsoft Authenticator or Google Authenticator, which I find are a little flaky because they're designed for everybody, whereas this is specifically designed for the Cisco system. So that will get rolled out in the next little while. I do have a slide at the end of sort of timelines that we're going to be looking at. So strong multi-factor authentication. It replaces our ADFS, so we have a new single sign-on. It will sign us on to everything just like we were before, but with that extra layer of security. It integrates with our Cisco VPN and Office 365 and Darktrace. So it will integrate with all our big systems with no problem. It does a continual endpoint verification, so it will always ensure that you are actually authenticated to use that device. We can actually add granular permissions to people, similar to what we do with some of our organizational units. We're allowed to limit what people can see and do on the system. We can actually enhance that even more using security. So contractors come in, we can give them a security. They won't be able to do certain things within our system. So we'll be able to manage it a little bit cleaner than how we're doing it right now. And AMP, which has now actually just recently changed its name to Cisco Secure Endpoint, but it is I kept it as AMP because it tells you a little bit more what it is. It's malware protection. So currently we're using a system called Trend Micro. It's an older system, it's been around for a while, but is not, it's a third-party tool. This, because of AMP, we are now building our full stack security system using Cisco, which is, if you're gonna have anybody, my opinion, Cisco is the best one to have. This will integrate with the rest of our tools. It's got an endpoint detection and response, so if somebody does something maliciously at one endpoint, it can shut that computer down, shut that phone down, lock it up. That's what it's going to find. So if it notices something wrong, we'll tell it, shut that down, and then we can figure it out after that. We can also set up USB protection. So this is a big one for maybe bigger organizations. We can actually set it up so that you can only plug in certified USB devices certified by the IT department. You wouldn't be able to just plug in any regular USB, download your documents onto it, or upload anything to it. This will help protect the network from somebody plugging in something that they shouldn't. So it has this USB protection. Pretty powerful piece of software. It can also identify stealthy malware. To be quite honest, I'm not 100% sure what stealthy malware is. I always thought malware was stealthy. The whole point is they're trying to get it inside the system without you knowing. But there are, I believe, from what I was reading about it, they're putting a virus or malware within a normal program so that when the normal program runs, it will unpackage this malware. So it will look like it's a normal piece of software coming in, but it will then unpackage as soon as it's run. The hackers are getting smarter and smarter all the time, so we need to stay vigilant on our security. It also monitors all our files. So if somebody's trying to download a file that they shouldn't, or upload a file they shouldn't, it's continually monitoring our file system. So it's not allowing users to nefariously do anything with any of the files. And we can automate it for high-risk events. So we can program it to look for high-risk problems. And again, this dashboard that AMP comes with actually gives us access to all 4 layers. So we'll be able to see all the users on Duo, we'll be able to see the users and the policies in Umbrella, and we'll also see the firewall. So those are the 4 layers. We have the firewall protection. That's our first line of defense. It's hardware. Umbrella is our software. It manages all the policies that keep people from going to websites or doing things on their computers that they shouldn't. Duo gives us the authentication. And then finally, AMP gives us the protection on our endpoint devices so that we're not getting any sort of bad stuff getting into the network. So timelines, Rise, we're hopefully going to have UAT here in about 3 weeks, maybe going live at the end of October. Payroll, we're going to start the payroll shortly after we get the other one in and run UAT on a couple of parallel runs to make sure that it's going as expected. B City, the UAT, as I said, is on the 28th. Hopefully we'll go live by October 23rd, if not sooner, if the UAT goes well. But I want to give myself enough time to really sort of flush this out. Laserfish, we're doing one more UAT or one more demo with accounts payable from all 3 of the buildings, all the accounting people, because we're going to do a full end-to-end from a quote through issuing POs to getting an invoice and paying the invoice and seeing how that whole process flows. And so we're hoping to go live with that one workflow in December. We will be adding new workflows, and that's how the data is going to start building into the system. We're not going to start with, okay, let's go downstairs, unpack boxes, and start putting documents up there. You actually start with the current stuff that you have and start adding these workflows, which will then start managing your documentation for you sooner. So we will work with accounts payable first, and then we're going to start working with other workflows to manage the documents, and then over time we will start adding historical stuff into the system as well. And that's why it takes a couple of years to really get a foothold in this. CCTV, we're hoping to have everything completed by November 10th, if not sooner. They want to try to get in here mid-October, and they say it's about 2 weeks to do the full install and test. So again, giving myself a little extra time on this, but I'm hoping that it'll actually be up before the snow flies at the end of October, because we know November 1st it snows. Right? I did last year. Duo, hoping to have full configuration. Obviously, we will have to send out some notifications to end users. So there will be a little more prep work. That's why I'm not really going to be going live until mid-October with this, because everybody needs to sort of have an understanding of what they're coming up against. And AMP, same idea. We're going to start installing that right after Duo to replace the Trend Micro, and then have it go live pretty much right away after it's been fully configured. See, a lot shorter than normal. No? I'll open the floor to any questions of any of the projects that we're doing. This was more for information for you, for everybody to see what IT's up to.
Thanks very much, Jay. Well, that's pretty impressive. There's a lot going on.
There is.
It's impressive to see that Chestermere is becoming more technologically advanced now.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah.
It's nice that that we can invest in this at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So that is impressive. I can see the betterment for the staff and operations, as well as what's impressive is the public access, and particularly I like the intelligent searching.
Yeah.
That previous website was a little bit of a challenge to
Very
search
much, yes.
for documents. Plus security, of course.
Yeah.
Getting the additional security is always a good idea these days. But yeah, no, thanks very much for that information.
You're welcome.
Councillor, are there any questions for Jay? Councillor Fote?
I know with the all the technology that we are bringing forth at this time, and everybody in there worry these days about AI and stuff like that, and how everybody can be traced and tracked and all that. That is not our purpose, correct?
Oh, absolutely not. No. It's to protect us from the outside. It's nothing in there is snooping or doing anything it shouldn't be doing. It's protecting us from ourselves.
Thank you very much.
For that.
Councillor Hanley?
Just more of a piece of advice in the future, because IT presentations, there's a lot of technical jargon.
I know.
And so there was a couple of them in there that maybe not familiar to the public who are watching.
Okay.
Like the POC is proof of concept.
Proof of concept, yes.
The UAT is user acceptance testing.
Yes.
So those types of things.
Yeah.
So probably just
You got
keep
it.
that in mind.
I will make sure that I explain acronyms. TLAs are the death of all of us. You know what TLAs are? 3-letter acronyms. So that's, yes, I appreciate that. I will make a better effort to make sure technical jargon is explained when I do use it or need to use it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? All right, if we could move to the motion. All right, if I could have the motion read into the record. Councillor Fogt.
Motion that council accept the IT September update presentation as information.
Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? No? Okay, if I could call for a vote. Carried. Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone.
That's so cool.
That works very well. Okay, so moving forward, we have, it's 11:16, so we have a presentation today, item 6.3, which is the Rainbow Bridge Contract Award, being done today by Travis Fillier, our City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure. Good morning again, Travis.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. So this shouldn't take up too much time. You'll share that screen, hey? Perfect, thank you, Callan. Can I scroll with this? Or no? Okay, thank you. So part of our 2023 to 2027 master capital plan and our 2023 capital budget, we're aware that the Rainbow Road Bridge is in need of an upgrade. Currently, it has weight restrictions, is meeting its life end as well. So we've built this into the budget, and the budget for this one was funded by our offsite levies, 50% at 2.65 million, and then another 50% was the 2.65 million for MSI funding. So totaling $5.3 million. We received 5 bids on this one, ranging from our Graham, Ellis Don, Volker Steven, Shandos, and Everest Construction. If you can scroll down just a little bit, Callan, maybe to the next page. Here's where the pricing's landed. So you can see for the stage 3 evaluation of the bids, the highest score would be a 40, and then it would drop off from there based on the extrapolation of the pricing. So Volker Steven coming in at 4.768 million. Then it was Everest at 5.8, Ellis Don at 5.9, Graham at 6.3, and Shandos at 6.8. So if you scroll back up, sorry, Callan, you can see here in stage 2 of the evaluation criteria, Graham had a total of 56 points, ranging to Everest with a total of 46 points. So if you scroll back down, Callan, sorry for any inconvenience. Here you can see with the combination of stage 2 and stage 3, Volker Steven ranked number 1 at 91.5 based on our evaluation committee. This, of course, out of the 60 points up above, 40 points was pretty significant in the pricing, which we can all imagine that those that are bidding on this would generally have some sort of qualification with experience on this, scheduling, but price, of course, being the major contributor here in regards to the evaluation. So the good thing here with Volker Steven, they're at 5.68 million, excluding GST. So even if you were to put GST on that, you're at 5 million. We have budgeted 5.3. So that is very great news to hear that we came in on our budget. If we scroll down a little bit more, Callan. This is, by the way, this is just Associated Engineering. They done the recommendation for us after we done the evaluation. So they went through it as well as our consultant to give this recommendation. Important here, though, is that when we look at next steps, so I'm here in front of council, it's the end of September, which the timing works out good because we're dealing with Alberta Environment because obviously this crosses the head canal, the headworks up there. And so we need AEP approval for some land dispositions, some laydown staging areas for construction, as well as with dealing with Fortis on this one because they got to move some poles and whatnot. The timing of this, we would really only be able to start construction in November, beginning in November, because we need Alberta Environment and WID to lower the waters, and that is the window that they had given us to start is the beginning of November. So what that allows us here is that we have the next month to be able to work with AEP in securing their approval on this. We've engaged them for the last 4 or 5 months. We're in really good shape right now. I think we've received the verbal approval and just waiting for the official approval of the design. In amongst that as well, we have Fortis, who, like I said, has to relocate some poles. They've been coordinating with Alberta Environment as well, and so that's at a good stage. And then, of course, when we go to award this, and by the time we dot the I's and cross the T's of the contract, we'd like to have a couple weeks of staging, getting the contractor on site, mobilizing on site with their equipment and whatnot, getting set up for the beginning of November. So I think regarding the budget and regarding the scheduling, it looks very promising here. And then so we would look at having all the major work done and completed prior to WID raising and activating that canal again, and having the waters raised again before spring. So that's kind of my verbal update here. I'm here in front of council. Even though we're under budget per our procurement policy for open competition, for the procurement method, we require CAO and council approval for the dollar value being above the procurement limits. So,
Callan, can you go to page 2, I guess? Right there's fine, yeah. Sorry, Travis, you're concluded?
I'm done.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. It's definitely nice to see come under budget. I in my past experience, I've always had the last couple people on those lists always quote about almost double what the pricing is usually at. So it's good to see that the pricing is close.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, and I've seen the outliers as well. I've done a lot of county road projects and I'm not saying that this is the case for these folks, but sometimes you would get an outlier. Just if they got the work, great. If they didn't, they didn't really. It's just based on resourcing and capacity and being able to tackle the project. I'm not saying this is the case here, but generally when you get, say if you had a $3 million project and someone came in at 5, they're like, yeah, we bid it. A lot of times out of courtesy as well, right? That they're showing that they have interest in doing work for the city of Chestermere,
Yep.
which is really great because we have 5 pretty strong proponents here. Either one of these would definitely be able to do the job. So that's great to see that we have that interest.
Now, can you just explain for everyone how the transition or how it's going to work between the two bridges? We're going to keep the old bridge, for example?
Yeah, so we can look at, so as I mentioned, the bridge is reaching its life end, right? And so there's definitely analysis that would be needed with that in regards to how long we push forward on that one. What's going to happen is we have the next couple years here to build the new one, right? So we'll do a lot of the major work here over the winter, but it doesn't mean that we're going to be complete come April, right? What will happen is we'll transition once obviously the new bridge is built, we'll transition that new traffic over. Whether or not the old one remains and becomes maybe a local corridor, or if we just go ahead, depending on the timing of the new one versus the old one, could dismantle that one and then be done with it, or it could become a pedestrian connection point across the canal as well, right? Because the pathways are right there at that node. So, but that transition then would put the 2-lane traffic on the new one, and then set us up to build the ultimate in the future as well. Because ultimately it's going to be 4 lanes, right?
Yeah.
So,
And so people won't be interfered with for traffic
Not at all.
congestion, et cetera?
Not at all.
Under construction?
correct.
Okay.
Almost similar. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of interference right now on Rainbow Road, just because at some point here they're going to have to get that roundabout built, right? But for the most part, that whole construction of that has been going on while keeping the corridor open, right? So, yeah. Oh, that's the
Everybody's
goal.
used to one lane each way.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to change that in the future. Yeah, it would be nice to keep the other bridge as long as it makes sense before we have to spend another $5 million to build the second half.
Really, the bottleneck here, or probably the biggest risk, is just that the fire truck right now has limited ability to get over that bridge, right? Like because of the 85,000 pound truck that we have. So the bridge can't handle the aerial, right? That's an issue for us. Yes, we can get the smaller vehicles across, but not the big guy. So that comes into play when we look at emergency services response, and that's fine. Our chief and our team over there has just navigated other ways, and they understand the restriction on that bridge. But again, being at its life end, that's why we want the upgrade. So
Now, does that only apply to our ladder truck?
yeah, I think so.
And so that affects us if we get developments down there that are 3 stories and up.
Exactly. So you look at, if whatever happens in Serenity.
It'll be a
for
little bit of
instance.
time, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor, are there any other questions for Travis? Very exciting. Yeah, thank you very much. That's great news.
So
Lots of construction.
thanks. So I guess I am asking for a motion here though, because again, to our procurement policy, I require council approval on this one.
Okay. So is there one motion, Callan, or is there 2? Just one?
There'll be 2, one for information and one to approve the budget.
Would you like us to do this part first?
I'd rather information first. Then
Okay. If you can put that on the screen. Thank you. If I can get the motion read into the record, please. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accept the Rainbow Road Bridge contract award update as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion as presented? Okay, if you could please vote. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, moving to our second motion. Councillor Hanley again.
Motion that council directs administration to award the Rainbow Road Bridge upgrade to Volker Steven Contracting Limited in the amount of $4,768,371, excluding GST.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All right, if we could please vote. Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Travis. That's exceptional. All right, so we have, I'll jump to item 6.5, which is our addition of the motion for the October 3rd council meeting. Callan, if you have the motion, if you could put it up, please. All right, if I can get the motion read into the record.
Yeah.
Councillor Foat.
Motion that council cancel the October the 3rd, 2023 regular council meeting.
Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Sorry, if you'd vote, please. Carried. Thank you very much. Item 6.6, which is in summary, is the motion to request the 7-day response. We'll just read it in. I guess we can wordsmith it right now. If there's any suggestions, please come forward.
Smith. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Foat.
I believe that we should properly, in the second paragraph there, to not only the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Rick McIver, but to the province of Alberta, the Minister of Justice, Mr. Avery, and also to the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith.
Would it be be appropriate that these be two motions? Like the first one is in request of 7 days. And I think the request is to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, not Mr. Legore. Mr. Legore can make the request, or the city is making the request. And then to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Premier of Alberta and the Minister of Justice. Callan, can you, after the Minister of Justice, and then there's two I's there, up in the second paragraph. Can you add a space there, please? Can you, with the two, not only, can you back that up? Thank you. I don't know if it's appropriate to have that Mr. Legore make this request. I think it simply is the request to Minister of Municipal Affairs. So can you just cross it out for the moment, where it says "and that"? Cross that out, and then also I guess if you're going to read it that way, you have to put "and" in front of two. Does that read appropriately? Motion that council requests that the OA be required to review all motions and resolutions within 7 days, and to make this request to not only the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but to the Premier of Alberta and the Minister of Justice. That's the primary motion?
That's the motion, yes. Can we just remove Mr. Legore there? That line thing?
Okay, if you can remove that.
Yeah.
All right, would you like to read that into the record, the first motion?
Motion that council requests that the OA be required to review all motions and resolutions within 7 days, and to make this request to not only the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but to the Premier of Alberta and the Minister of Justice.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments related to the motion? All right, if we could please vote.
Oh, sorry, I voted the wrong spot here. There we go.
All right, carried. Thank you. Now the second motion that you have here, so motion to request.
And resolutions should be in there besides disallowed motions.
Can you take out the word "also"? I don't know about the 7 days portion. Is that an approval. Oh, you're requesting that it be approved by them. To review and be approved within 7 days. Councillor Funk?
Just wondering, after looking at this more, we have the title notice of motion as a title. Should we actually have notice of motion within this motion? So that it's, because we're bringing this back to council as a topic, right? Or is it?
Yeah, I guess as a point of order. Callan, did we read this in as a notice of motion, or was it a motion? Yeah, it was a motion to be added, not a notice of motion.
The motion was to attach it to the agenda as a notice of motion.
It just wasn't worded that
Add some
way.
clarification.
Really? So as a notice of motion. Yeah, I didn't think we did either. Is there any chance you could show us the motion that we read into the agenda?
No, just the previous one.
Well, it says notice of motion right there. So that means that, correct me if I'm wrong, but Callan, doesn't that mean that this then comes for a vote at the next council meeting?
That appears to be correct.
Okay.
According to our procedural.
So we still
bylaw.
pass it, and then it comes forward, or pass it or fails, and we come forward to the next council meeting for actual vote on the motion. Okay, okay. That's correct, Councillor Funk, thank you. If you can go back to that motion we were on. So yes, so notice of motion should be in the motion. How would you state that? Okay. No, I think the granted within 7 days, he's looking at that from the actual minister. The notice of motion is what we're reading into the record for next council meeting. Councillor Dean?
If I may, through the mayor to all of council, I believe that the way our notice of motion is supposed to work according to our procedural bylaw is whatever councillor wants to bring that forward, they submit that request to the mayor, which is then put on the agenda. Then that councillor would say something along the lines of, I would like to bring the following items as notices of motion. That councillor says those things that they want brought as a notice of motion, and then it goes on to the next agenda as the motions that we would actually do. So for these two items, if I'm reading the tea leaves down there correctly, it sounds like Councillor Fote had two items that he wanted to bring as a notice of motion. It sounds like he may have sent those to you as a notice of motion, which 100% follows our procedural bylaw, not questioning that at all. But then this should have been Councillor Fote bringing this forward now as these are my notices of motion, and we all go, thank you for bringing that, and then we vote on them at the next council meeting.
Okay, so for this though, should the actual motion state that this is Councillor Fote's notice of motion?
I believe so, yes. So I believe the way that this should read, if council will indulge me for another moment, then it would be Councillor Fote would bring forward a motion saying, I am bringing forward a notice of motion that at the, now would be October 17th, that the October 17th, 2023 meeting, I would like the following two motions read into the record, and then they are debated at that time.
Councillor Dean, you're correct.
If I may.
Yes, Councillor Dean.
So then we just read the other one as a motion, though, which just made it a item. So do we want to go back and rescind what we just did, and then Councillor Fote would utilize his notice of motion for both of the items then?
I believe so, yes. Let's do that. I'm just looking it up. Okay, let's proceed with the correcting the previous motion. If I can get that read into the record, Councillor Funk. Vote.
Notice of motion. Motion that council rescind motion 230926-11, which reads, the motion that council request that the OA be required to review all motions and resolutions within 7 days and to make the request to not only the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but to the Premier of Alberta and the Minister of Justice.
Okay, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All right, please vote. Carried, thank you. So Callan, can you put those two motions together? Not directly connected, but on the same page? Councillor Folk, Councillor Dean?
Are you opening up this now to wordsmithing?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that this should read, this is Councillor Folt's notice of motion, so that can be the title. And then I believe what it would be is that Councillor Folt is asking to have these two motions added to the October 17th meeting. Yes. So it takes out the notice of motion, otherwise we're going to do the same thing twice.
He's right.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, the October 17th, according to the calendar, is not a special meeting. It's a regular meeting.
Yeah, just right. Yeah.
Organizational meeting, I think you mean. It was. Oh, and there it says special meeting, right?
Yeah.
Point of order: we have our organizational meeting that day. So if we were to have a regular council meeting to discuss this notice of motion, it will have to be a special because it's not outlined in our calendar.
I think it's outlined as a regular council meeting. It just says council meeting in blue. And it's half through with our council agenda submission. Oh no, sorry, organizational meeting, that's pink. So it's half and half, if what that means. So I think both apply.
You have to do it. You have to do the pre-org meeting at the same time.
Yeah, I think you can delete all that. Yep.
And then have its. You should have a seconder in there, that it's seconded by Mayor Colvin.
I believe we can record that in the minutes instead of the motion itself, because the motion has to be seconded. So if you put seconded in the motion, it's not appropriate, if that makes sense. So it will be recorded in the minutes that it was seconded by the mayor.
So you want to put it in where, sorry?
Recorded in the minutes, not the motion itself.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
I see Councillor Funk shaking his head too. I think then the first sentence would be made longer. That Councillor Foat brought a notice of motion to council, seconded by the mayor.
Yep.
Right? Okay, let me try this. So Councillor Foat brought a notice of motion to council, seconded by the mayor, to have these two items added to this. Right? Because, yeah, in our procedural bylaw,
That's what it says, yeah.
yeah. So I think that that's what it would have to say. That Councillor Foat brought notice of motion to the mayor. Sorry, brought notice of motion to council, seconded by the mayor.
To council, yeah, seconded by Mayor Colvin.
Yep. To bring two items to the act. Yep. I think that's how it's supposed to read.
By the mayor to bring, to bring these two items to October. Yes, that's correct. Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Foat, can you read that?
If you could just boost it just a little bit, that'd be great. Yeah.
Good.
Just see what he can do here. Hang on.
Could you get rid of the reading panes on the left?
No, this is good.
Either way. Would be
Right
good.
there.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, if Councillor Foat, if you could read that into the record, please.
Councillor Foat brought a notice of motion to council, seconded by the mayor, to bring these two items to the October 17th, 2023 council meeting. Motion that council request the OA be required to review all motions and resolutions within 7 days, and to make this request to not only the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but to the Premier of Alberta and the Minister of Justice. Can you just roll it up just a little bit, please? Up? Oh, there's a blue in there, okay. Motion that council requests that all previous disallowed motions and resolutions be sent to Premier Daniel Smith, Minister of Justice, Mr. Avery, and Minister Rick McIver, and and approval of this motion be granted within 7 days.
Okay, thank you. Any comments in regards to the, I guess there's no wordsmithing on a motion that you're bringing. Okay, so we'll just call that to a vote, please. Councillor Ratesh, to push that? Okay, carried. All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I would like to break for lunch, and we'll come back at, it's just about noon, so we'll come back at 1:30. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join us again. It's now 1:42 p.m. We're just going to rejoin our council meeting today. We've got one item left on our agenda, which is item 6.4, which is the review of Minister McIver's list of clarifications presented on August 2nd, 2023 to council and our CAOs. With this, we're going to have a presentation by administration, which will go through our responses to municipal affairs. In this situation, we have Minister McIver, who had some comments in relation to some of the reports in response to certain directives, Directive 1 in particular, that was provided to municipal affairs, and then goes into a couple other directives that he wanted some additional detail on. To give some background into Directive 1 before we start, Directive 1 was identified as to direct council and city administration officers to review all recommendations made in the City of Chestermere's inspection report and provide a report to the minister to be discussed in open session of council and approved by council resolution on the city's plan to address the recommendations in the inspection report provided by Mr. Cuff, and an explanation why or why not individual recommendations will be presented or proposed. So this relates to, if you're familiar with the inspection Cuff report, this relates specifically to recommendation section 22. So the background on how the documentation was created, as one of the questions that Minister McIver had was the creation of the report, was all councillors were provided a copy of the Cuff report, recommendations and directives from Municipal Affairs on March 15th, 2023. All councillors were asked by the mayor to provide their feedback in regards to Directive 1 and the Cuff report recommendation section 22 on April 11th, April 2023, April 18th, 2023, and May 4th, 2023. Only councillors Vogt, Blaine Funk, Stephen Hanley, and Mayor Colvin provided responses. Councillors Shannon Dean, Ritesh Narayan, Sandy Watt chose not to provide any responses or contrary evidence. Councillors Mel Vogt, Blaine Funk, Stephen Hanley, and Mayor Colvin provided their package of responses for recommendations and all their draft of all directives feedback April 18th, 2023, and May 4th, 2023. That was provided to all of council. The Cuff recommendations response was read into the record and included with our directives, Directive number 1, the submission on June 30th, 2023. August 2nd, 2023, McIver identifies his concerns, starting with Directive number 1, Cuff recommendations, section 22, review and response, which is due September 29th, 2023. Council was asked to provide responses to the McIver concerns raised at the August 2nd meeting. Responses have been received from Councillors Vogt, Councillor Funk, Councillor Hanley, and Mayor Colvin. Councillor Shannon Dean, Councillor Narayan, and Councillor Johal Watt chose not to provide any responses or contrary evidence. This response report was developed over the weekend by administration staff based on responses submitted and which we will now have presented to us. City Director Kim Wallace, if you could proceed with your presentation.
Point of order. There's something that was presented there that isn't entirely accurate, and I'd like a chance to speak to it since my name has been said.
Okay, go ahead.
I actually did provide a response. I wanted to know how the information was going to be utilized, and no response was given to me. So it is true that an email was sent out asking for responses. I responded, I believe, within a couple of hours of the original email. I can go back and check if you'd like an exact timeline. I asked for how was the information that I was going to be sending you utilized, and no response was given to my question.
Okay. City Director Kim Wallace, if you could proceed with your presentation on the information that was received by all of council.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will read the Summary of Compliance Concerns report verbatim. It will include Minister MacGyver's comments and then the required information that will follow. So the City of Chestermere's summary compliance concerns, required submissions requested by Minister MacIver of Municipal Affairs. This next page is for future reference, just our page numbers in case for reference sake. I will be providing this after the fact. Administration was late to the game in terms of preparing this, just in anticipation of any other input from anybody. Okay, so starting with Directive 1. This is from Minister MacIver. I direct Council and the CAOs to review all recommendations made to the City of Chestermere in the inspection and report and provide a report to the Minister to be discussed in open session of Council and approved by Council resolution on the City's plan to address each recommendation in the inspection report or an explanation on why no action will be taken for any individual recommendations. Submission deficiencies.
Point of order, question. The information we are sharing right now came in a document that was provided to us that was classified Protection B. Are we confident that we can be sharing what is being read right now verbatim, given that this information was classified Protection B in the document that was given to Council and CAOs?
We're only sharing excerpts of that document.
I believe that's sharing, though, in part or in whole, would be breaking the classification under Protection B, because it might be an excerpt, but this. I feel awkward here since it's labeled Protection B, so I guess I'm confirming that it exists. This is verbatim, as City Director Wallace just said, from a document labeled Protection B. And I'm just concerned that we are sharing classified information to the public, and I'm not sure if we're doing it appropriately. Thank you.
The request by Minister MacIver is to address all of the recommendations contained in the inspection report and to discuss this in open session of Council today. So it's pretty difficult for us to discuss his concerns without discussing them in Council. So your objection's noted.
Where do you have it that it was to be discussed?
Right here. Right here.
If you look on page 3 actually, of the report that you were given by Minister MacIver.
Of the Protection B one?
Yes.
I have the text highlighted on the screen directly from him.
Right, that was the original Directive 1. But we are now discussing what is in a document labeled Protection B. So that is correct. What you have highlighted there, City Director Wallace, I fully agree with you. That is from the original directives that were given to us in the document that was to be discussed in an open council session. However, the items that are listed on this document are actually labeled Protection B.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. To Councillor Dean, I would suggest you go to the bottom of Directive 1 in the very beginning. That is the instruction there. At the end, after identifying all of what he determines were deficiencies, the report addressing the recommendation contained must be discussed in an open session of Council involving all Council and be approved by Council resolution.
And he also asks the city to resubmit a report that includes the responses to content of each of the following recommendations, which is what he wrote down. His following recommendations, starting with recommendation 3, then recommendation 4A, 4B, 4C, etc. So if we're going to talk about it, how are we going to talk about it if we're not just going to talk about it?
So did we confirm with Municipal Affairs on the classification of this being labeled Protection B?
No, we're just following his instructions.
Okay.
Please continue, City Director Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I will start with submission deficiencies. Again, this is from Municipal Affairs. Number one, the city's approach to the completion of the directive does not appear to show good faith in actively considering the substance of the recommendations with a view to whether implementation of all or part of each recommendation could contribute to improving the governance of the municipality. Number two, the report was prepared in closed session. Number three, the report was presented in open session by being read into the record with little discussion or input from council. Number four, the city's response report did not include several of the inspector's recommendations. Number five, in some cases, the response plan is not responsive to the associated recommendation. Moving on to required actions. The city must resubmit a report which includes meaningful responses to the content of each of the following recommendations. The specific deficiencies in the report that was previously submitted is noted below with respect to each recommendation by September 29, 2023. Starting with recommendation number 3. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. Directive 5 does not address the report's recommendation regarding a refresher on the Code of Conduct or the establishment of a council administrative protocols. Recommendation 3 states in the Code of Conduct, as per the CUF report, we recommend that experienced legal counsel or a Code of Conduct investigator be retained by council to assess the Code of Conduct process as currently stated, particularly with respect to the mayor as its gatekeeper, and recommend changes as may be applicable. Number 2, we recommend that council agree to a one-on-one in-depth refresher by a recognized expert on all aspects of the Code of Conduct. Number 3, we recommend that council request its administration to bring forward council administration protocols to guide relationships between all council members, senior management, and staff. Council's feedback and an action plan in relation to number 3. Recommendation 3 and Directive 5 are both related to the Code of Conduct. The council believes that it has completed compliance with Directive 8, which required all members of a council to attend a roles and responsibility workshop conducted by Municipal Affairs staff, which addresses this concern. During these sessions, all member of council had numerous questions on the Code of Conduct issues and council administrative protocols, and they were provided answers by your staff. Nevertheless, the council will motion the administration to bring forward council administration protocols to guide relationships between all council members, senior staff, management, and staff. This will likely provide a refresher to lower-level administrative staff and to the public to help them better understand and adhere to these protocols. Moving on to recommendation 4A. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. The inspector recommended that the public be given an opportunity to comment on the inspection report, not on the city's response documents. Recommendation states 4A governance and management model as per CUF report. We recommend that council provides the public an opportunity to offer their input comments to this inspection report. Council feedback and action plan to number 4A. Both Municipal Affairs, Chestermere Administration, and Council have received various forms of feedback regarding the inspection report that have been both positive and negative, as well as Council's action plan. This has come in the form of direct emails, text messages, social media, and print media. Under procedural fairness guidelines, the public feedback should allow both comments on report and its responses. As an example, Council was CC'd on a letter from a resident that administration received, which was forwarded to Minister McIver's office with the subject, "A positive perspective on Chestermere's leadership." The letter reads, "It appears you might have heard some negative sentiment from a few Chestermere residents. However, I'd like to take this opportunity to shed a light on a different perspective. Not everyone in our community shares these views." This is just part of the letter I do want to note. Moving on to recommendation 4B. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. A committee of a whole is not the same process as administration request for information. Recommendation states 4B, Governance and Management Model from the CUF report. We recommend that Council review and adjust its governance model to include a process such as a committee of the whole designed to allow all members of Council to discuss any proposed significant changes as to how the city functions before such changes are made. Such committee meetings need to be held within 5 to 7 days prior to a regular meeting of Council. Council's feedback and action plan to 4B. The required action on recommendation 4B incorrectly states the inspection report's recommendation. The report's recommendation does not compare a committee of the whole with an administrative request for information. There is no specific requirement in the MGA to hold a committee of the whole meeting. Like many other communities, our council have elected to remove these meeting types. The council believes that the types of business normally handled by these meetings can easily be accomplished through regular council meetings. The council can, through a resolution, request the administration, or through the agenda development process, or administration can bring forward informational items that propose significant changes as to how the city functions in order to obtain feedback and debate amongst the council prior to determining direction via a council resolution. In some instances, the council direction or authority can be quickly granted, while in others, additional information or clarity of impacts are requested. Still part of Directive 1, Recommendation 4C. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. Directive 3, Procedural Bylaw Review, is not related to this recommendation. Recommendation states 4C, Governance and Management Model from the CUF report. We recommend that Council reconsiders its support for the 3 CAO model in light of this report and reinstate a single CAO model, that they engage a recruitment firm with municipal CAO recruitment clientele to identify appropriately qualified candidates, that the firm identify the top 3 to 5 candidates, that Council conduct such interviews with the guidance of the recruitment specialist, who will also provide Council guidance as to contract, compensation, benefits, and severance provisions. Council's feedback and action plan. The recruitment of the municipal consultants was assigned to administration on July 28 with the motion number 230725-28. Motion that Council direct administration to engage a municipal consultant as per Directive 4A before July 31st, 2023, that's to say. As such, Ronald W. Slater, ENG-WCP, the City of Chestermere's municipal consultant, advised in his report the following. A tri-CAO administration structure is not common practice in Alberta. Such structure, however, is permitted under the MGA, and the City Council has fully complied with its requirements in establishing these positions. Moving on. Recommendation 7. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. The city's response does not address recommendations to consult a strategic planning advisor. Recommendation 7 states, strategic planning from the CUF report. We recommend that Council engage an independent, experienced local government strategic planning advisor to assist this Council in developing its strategic priorities on an annual basis for the remainder of this term of office. Council's feedback and action plan. As the Minister is aware, Council has already engaged a strategic planning advisor in the development of its strategic plan. Directive number 7 required the Council to complete this process through one or more strategic planning sessions. This was accomplished with participation from every Council member, and the draft version was released to the public for input. Recommendation 8. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. Directive 3 Procedural Bylaw is not related to this recommendation. Recommendation 8A states policy development from the CUF report. We recommend that this Council or committee thereof be required to review key city policies and protocols within 90 days in order to better establish a solid base of good government on a go-forward basis. Council's feedback and action plan number 8. As the Minister is aware, Council is required by the MGA, has specific bylaws, the procedural and code of conduct that govern how council conducts business during meetings and their behavior when not in meetings. Council is aware that it's prohibited from performing a duty or function that is assigned to a chief administration officer. Section 153B of the MGA indicates that council is only allowed to participate generally in the development and evaluating the policies and programs of the municipality. Our designated officer bylaw 6.9 indicates the city directors, CAOs, are authorized to establish and implement all administrative policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines for all matters within their powers and employment policies and procedures, including policies and procedures to govern the actions of employees. The city directors must inform council of any major proposed changes to any administrative policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines that may affect the operation or affairs of the city. Our city directors/CAOs have been directed through resolutions as well as through the designated officer bylaw to review key city policies and protocols. Recommendation 8B. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. Directive 3 procedural bylaw review is not related to this recommendation. Recommendation 8B states policy development, the CUF report. We recommend that council provide to the public its rationale for making changes to meeting procedures such as public question period and determine if there are any reasonable alternatives to this mechanism based on any decision to remove it from the agenda. Council's feedback and action plan on 8B. As the minister is aware, council has a procedural bylaw that governs how the council conducts business during meetings, and clearly recommendation 8B refers to meeting procedures. Our procedure bylaw, which has been vetted by the city's lawyer, provides the mechanism for the public request to present to the council that is consistent with many other municipalities. As the minister is also aware, many other municipalities have removed question period and have cited that the free-form question period does not provide the necessary time to research and prepare proper responses. Recommendation 10A.1, the proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. Directive 3 procedural bylaw review is not related to this recommendation. Recommendation 10A, 2 through 6, the recommendation is not addressed in the response report. These are from the CUF report. We recommend the mayor be required to seek the prior approval of council by resolution for any new initiative he would like to pursue with respect to any city business, recreation, cultural, or NFP entity or other matter not covered by current city policy. 2, ensure that he engage with all members of his council on any proposed new initiative or policy change. 3, ensure that he is accompanied by one member of council, the deputy mayor or councillor selected on a rotational basis, together with the CAO or their designate, to meet with any group or entity, C 9.1.8.1, or officials of other levels of government or its regional neighbor. 4, report to council in a written report on any such meetings on a next meeting basis. 5, accept the fact that he does not have the authority to act in a unilateral or administrative fashion in any circumstance, e.g. hiring, interviewing, releasing, managing. And 6, agree in open letter to the community that he has reviewed and accepted his requirements, expectations as mayor to develop, ensures that his colleagues are informed and updated. I will double check that before we pass that in. I think that's a typo. Recommendation 10 continued. Council's feedback and action plan on number 10. The majority of council believes that recommendation 10 is an example of the lack of procedural fairness and bias towards Mayor Colvin in the inspection process. In reference to 10A.1, the mayor fully understands he requires a majority resolution of council in order to pursue any new initiative proposed in respect to city business. In reference to 10A2, the mayor and council agree the mayor and council already engages all members on new initiatives and policy changes. Any issues in this area are related to open-mindedness and participation levels among other council members. In reference to 10A3, the mayor understands is normally accompanied by another member of council and a city director, CAO, or their designate when meeting with any group or other officials. In reference to 10A4, the mayor and city directors, CAOs, regularly brief council as warranted through many forms and are amiable to respond to any councillor's further questions. Considering the wide range of numerous meetings that range from minor, intermediate to major issues, it's not practical and extremely onerous to expect written reports by the next meeting. Updates are provided for intermediate and major issues when placed on the council meeting agenda. In addition, this recommendation does not seem to be covered within the MGA nor practiced by any other municipalities. In reference to 10A5, as stated in 10A1, the mayor fully understands he requires a majority resolution of council to direct administration on any action. In reference to 10A6, this recommendation highlights the bias in this inspection process and a disrespect of the election process and the rights of a majority of our residents. There are many types of leadership styles which some people may like while others may dislike. However, how other individuals or councillors choose to deal with these different styles in a constructive or destructive manner is made on their own accord. In reference to 10A7, this recommendation in another variation of 10A6 that highlights the bias in this inspection process and a disrespect of the election process and the rights of a majority of our residents. There are many types of leadership style which some people may love while others may hate. How other individuals or councillors choose to deal with these different styles in a constructive or destructive manner is made of their own accord. It is apparent that the minister's inspector disagrees with the mayor's leadership style, which is not uncommon in politics, as many citizens disagree or dislike numerous politicians, but he should not be maligned for his leadership style. Moving on to recommendation 13A. The proposed action plan does not address the recommendation. Directive 3 procedural bylaw review is not related to this recommendation. Recommendation 13 states legislative services from the CUF report. We recommend that a director of legislative services be recruited to guide the management of council and committee meetings, including the preparation of agenda, the rigorous development and prompt publication of minutes, the proper management of public hearings, the development of a policy on the role and management of delegations, and the merits of some form of question period or suitable alternative. Council's feedback and action plan 13A. The required action on recommendation 13A incorrectly states the inspection report's recommendation. The report's plan does not address recommendations. Directive 12, bi-monthly reporting, is not related to this issue recommendation. Recommendation 15B, this recommendation is not addressed in the response report. Recommendation 15 states follow-up from the CUF report. We recommend that council be required to retain an experienced municipal consultant to conduct a post-audit within 6 months of this inspection to determine if sufficient steps have been taken which will ensure the mayor and councillors are adequately positioned for a reasonable level of collegiality and common courtesy. If the finding of such an audit is that there has been very limited progress and an inadequate evidence to find ways to collaborate in a respectful manner, that the consultant have the authority to recommend to the minister that a further inspection be conducted with all option sanctions fully available. We recommend that the mayor take concrete steps to restore a level of respect and trust between all members of councils. This is not to suggest that all members are expected to vote as one voice on all council decisions, but rather that the mayor and councillors are expected to find ways to act in a more respectful manner regardless of individual differences. Council's Feedback and Action Plan 15A. Council will be considering the use of an adjudicator to help improve council relations. As indicated within the inspection report, a minority of councillors made requests to municipal affairs requesting an inspection without first bringing their concerns to council. This request was done through the use of misrepresentation, personal beliefs, solicitation of staff, and public support has resulted in lower levels of trust and respect for their actions. It is believed that truth must come before reconciliation. Currently, the individual councillors responsible for calling for the inspection have avoided taking accountability for their actions. Being accountable is the first step in learning to behave differently to restore a level of respect and trust. Municipal affairs and the official administrator's disallowance of the city's code of conduct investigation stifle council's ability to move forward on these issues. Despite the above, this council still maintains a unanimous voting record in the 90 percentile range. Directive 5A. Recommendation 5A. I direct the CAOs to provide the minister with a report listing all code of conduct complaints, both formal and informal, as per the Code of Conduct bylaw since October 21, 2021, including reports, records, and/or documents that detail the description of the complaints, the record of decisions for making determination on the validity of the complaints, as well as a description on how each complaint was addressed and/or investigated. Submission deficiencies as per municipal affairs. The response received from the City of Chestermere is incomplete. It appears the city admitted the more than 70 known code of conduct complaints from the response report. Required actions. The City of Chestermere must resubmit its response to this directive by September 29, 2023. The response must include all code of conduct complaints, including those omitted from the initial submission. This includes, but not limited to, all complaints presented in council meeting on September 20th and 27th, 2022. Response to 5A. The following code of conduct infractions will be submitted to municipal affairs as requested. I do want to just explain these three motions relate to the initial code of conduct package, code of conduct report number 2, Reynolds, Mirth, Richards, and Farmer. These motions of council relate to that report. Motion number 220726-24. As per Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, Confidential Personal Matter, Council would like to direct administration to hire a third-party investigator regarding Facebook posting by Councillor Ritesh Narayan. Motion number 220726-25, moved by Councillor Blaine Funk. As per Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, Confidential Personal Matters, Council directs administration to hire a third-party investigator to look into the Anchor article that was released on March 29, 2022 by Councillor Ritesh Narayan, Councillor Shannon Dean, and Councillor Sandy Jo Halwat. Motion 220726-26, moved by Councillor Blaine Funk. As per Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, Confidential Personal Matters, Council directs administration to hire a third-party investigator to review the documentation that was released by Councillor Ritesh Narayan, Councillor Shannon Dean, and Councillor Sandy Jo Halwat. For Council's understanding, within the first report, you'll notice it says City of Chestermere Code of Conduct Report 1. Administration used the large document that was presented on September 20th and combined them into a concise manner, so that municipal affairs is not does not misunderstand what we did here, that in fact all the code of conducts have been submitted. And report number 2, these ones were adjudicated by Reynolds, Mirth, Richards and Farmer, the law firm, which I'll go into in a little bit further detail. But I just wanted to be clear that these 2 documents will be what we'll be submitting. So the Code of Conduct infractions adjudicated by law firm Reynolds, Mirth, Richards and Farmer document here, as I just showed you. All other Code of Conduct alleged infractions have been placed on hold until further notice as per municipal affairs and can be viewed on document, the document that I just showed you. These will be submitted to municipal affairs. Moving on to Directive 8A, recommendation. I direct all members of council to discontinue exercising a power of or function or performing any duties that are assigned to the Chief Administration Officer in accordance with Section 201-2 of the Municipal Government Act. Submission deficiencies as per municipal affairs. Number 7, the City of Chestermere's response indicates a resolution was passed directing mayor and administration to work on a specified list of projects. The resolution recorded on March 15, 2022 minutes reads, motion that council direct administration to continue to work on the following projects, which will, and then it just goes on. Required actions. Council cannot by resolution assign administration function to a member of council. All members of Chestermere's council must immediately cease exercising a power, function, or duty specifically assigned to the CAO, no later than September 29, 2023. The city will provide the minister an explanation on why the response provided to the minister does not accurately reflect the resolution and information about any work the mayor is doing on specific list of projects. And we will provide the correct minutes. But before going into the details of this, I just want to make mention, point A, as per the MGA section 154-1, general duties of the chief elected official. 154 point B, a chief elected official, in addition to performing the duties of a councillor, must perform any other duty imposed on the chief elected official by this or any other enactment or bylaw. I will then move into discussing the evidence that supports our motion. The correct minutes, I do want to state this, the correct minutes and the council meeting video from the March 15th, 2022 council meeting has been previously supplied to the minister's office, as well as George Cuff during his inspection. However, sometime at a further date, unbeknownst to council and CAOs, an incorrect version of the minutes from March 15th was posted on the city's website in the city's archive. So I will move into that information. This was the March 15th, 2022 meeting where Councillor Dean directs the mayor and administration to continue to work on the following projects and engage legal advice as needed on all projects will come to council for required approvals. So I just really want to make note that this is the video snippet which is being supplied to municipal affairs. Then on Tuesday, April 5th, as per our procedure, our minutes would have been submitted to council for approval before they could have been signed and posted on the website. And bear with me as I scroll down. You will see that on these minutes that were submitted on April 5th, it's the same motion moved by Councillor Dean that council direct the mayor and administration to continue to work on the following project and engage legal advice as needed on all projects to come to council for required approvals. So which that also then confirms that those were submitted. They were not signed yet because that was in the package, that was in the agenda package. Here are a copy of the signed minutes. March 15th, 2022, signed, initialed. And I'll go down to the motion, which clearly states, motion number 200-22, moved by Councillor Dean that Council directs the Mayor and Administration to continue to work on the following projects, which will come back to Council for required approvals and engage legal counsel as required. Moving on. You will see these are signed by Mayor Jeff Colvin and Jill Steeves, Interim City Director. This was the fraudulent copy that was somehow uploaded to the city's website. March 15th, 2022. These were found showing the signatures, the initials on the page. However, moved by Councillor Dean that Council direct administration to continue to work on the following projects, which will come back to Council for the required approvals and engage legal advice as required. The entire text had to be readjusted to take out Mayor. And if you'll note, these two were signed, so it was using a signed copy. This was where these were found. They were missing from where they were supposed to be. And on this page in our Archive Center, minutes and agendas that are posted prior to June 18th, March 15th, 2022. So I just want to make everyone aware. Those were, the fraudulent copy was there. So to reiterate, we have the video, which is all the evidence that you should ever need, which directs the Mayor and administration, and the correct information from our minutes, as was stated. Okay. Moving on to where I was.
Kim, are you finishing? Are you still on?
Yeah, I was just going to say that
8A?
this is where they can find the documents
Okay.
to the actual motion. And here is a document, open document, to get the video, because it is in the archives now, so it's not on the posted website. But it is available.
So you've got a situation from Municipal Affairs that they've come out in this, and they have indicated that we are following, or sorry, that we're following the wrong, or the motion doesn't indicate that the mayor can work with administration, right?
Correct.
It's put us into quite an uncomfortable situation that's been created by Municipal Affairs. Part of this was determined that finding out that Municipal Affairs was involved with some of our staff covertly. On March 15th, council minutes were fraudulently amended by a staff member, not including the mayor in the motion, and posted in the wrong area on the city website. The archive area was only for pre-2018 area of the old website. Municipal Affairs and George Cuff were sent the video on March 15th, showing the true motion that was voted on, including the mayor in the motion, plus they were sent the correct minutes many times during the inspection process, plus they were sent the correct motion many times with the mayor in the motion correctly. Most shockingly is that even though Municipal Affairs was given the correct motion, including the mayor in the motion over and over again, in the August 2nd meeting with Minister McIver, and for his response, the minister is caught accusing the mayor of not being in the motion discussing the projects. Shockingly picking the negative fraudulent side, that somehow they found the falsified version in the archive area rather than where our agendas are. the pre-2018 area on our website. The only singular document that was loaded in this 2018 area after 2018, which was March 15th, 2022, rather than simply asking us for a question as to, there seems to be some confusion on a motion. The city is investigating now how the March 15th, 2022 documents could have been falsified and posted incorrectly in the archive pre-2018 section on the city's website. So at some point we'll get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. Directive 8A, submission deficiencies as per municipal affairs. The ministry has received emails and meeting summaries which appear to indicate the mayor is performing administrative functions, including required actions. No later than September 29, 2023, the city must provide the minister with information about the actions performed by the mayor with respect to each of the items listed under deficiencies column, as well as description of any other undertakings of administration functions by members of council. Response 8A. A. The mayor drafting terms of reference for land swap agreement for Serenity Lands. False. The mayor did not draft terms of reference for a land swap agreement. City's legal counsel drafts all legal agreements. B. The mayor working on 755 acre land transaction referenced as East Lake. False. This project is managed by our special projects manager, Shaman Vincencio, who reports to CAO Travis Filler. The mayor is authorized by council to work with administration as of March 15, 2022. The mayor as point of contact for the West Creek Business Campus Agreement. False. The mayor only works with the CAO to work with landowners. The mayor shared with Councillor Dean that he was working on the project with the CAO and the Economic Development Director, City Director. It has not been properly reported to MA by Councillor Dean. D. The mayor approaching landowners to negotiate a land swap and working with CAOs and landowners. False. This has been assigned to CAO of Community Growth and Planning. E. The mayor directing staff to hire vendors and entertainers, set up parking, and purchase goods for the carnival held June 14th to 16th, 2023. False. The mayor was working with the CAOs of Corporate Services and Public Works. The mayor did not hire vendors to entertain or purchase goods for the carnival. That was done through the event staff and CAO of Corporate Services. The CAO of Public Works and the mayor discussed parking for the residents and the handicapped. The CAO of Public Works carried out all discussions and directed staff appropriately for residents' parking. Directive 9, only by bylaw or resolution. There are a number of substantial examples where council appears to have acted without bylaw or resolution in contravention of section 180.1 of the MGA. Required actions. No later than September 29, 2023, the city must provide the minister with information with respect to each of the items listed under deficiencies, including identifying any bylaws, resolution, or budget line items authorizing those actions. Response 9A. The statement released by the city on March 15 following the public hearing. As per the resolution from January 10, 2023 council meeting, the following states to the mayor's public comments. There is a resolution of council that council opposes the report motion list. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. There is a resolution in council that council opposes the report motion list number 2301-04. Council's Code of Conduct Bylaw, Section 533, External Communication, allows the mayor to be the official spokesperson for the city of Chestermere. I'll read that motion now. Motion that council rejects the opposed draft inspection report issued MSD 40-22 on the basis of alleged breaches to the Public Inquiries Act, alleged breaches to natural justice and procedural fairness, and alleged lack of sufficient evidence were found in the draft inspection report within the ministerial order MSD:40-22. The Council's Code of Conduct, bylaw number 003-19, External Communications, 5.33.2. Unless Council directs otherwise, the Mayor is Council's official spokesperson, and in the absence of the Mayor, it is the Deputy Mayor. 533.3. An elected official who is authorized to act as Council's official spokesperson must ensure that their comments accurately reflect the official position and will Council as a whole, even if elected officials disagree with the Council's position. And to be included is the elected officials' code of conduct and the special meeting minutes from January 10th with the motion. The video released by the city on March 25th, 2023, date of inspection report. There is a resolution of council that council oppose the report, motion list 230114. The expenditure of funds for the June 14 to 16, 2023 Carnival and budgeted items for events. All city events, including Carnival, are budgeted expenses, and administration does not need a resolution of council to plan and pay for city events. Budget 2023 number 7405 for events in the budget is $373,000. The letter from, this should be D. The letter from Mayor Colvin to Minister dated July 22nd, 2023. Please see personal letter to Minister McIver dated July 22nd, 2023, and I will open that. Nope. There we go. Mayor, would you like me to read it or would you like to read it?
I can. So this is a letter that Minister McIver believes that I shouldn't have sent, which is a letter stating that Minister McIver, I wanted to acknowledge receiving your letter. Myself and our council are prepared to move forward from this issue rather than be at odds and focus on ensuring Chestermere as a city, its residents, city staff, and all councillors succeed in a positive environment. Chestermere is a wonderful city that is growing. I believe our council is willing to proceed focusing on the varied needs of our city in a wholesome, transparent, and supportive manner. I would ask if you see fit that we proceed on a staged basis. It took some time, though I believe our council are supportive and confident in our legislative team and manager, ensuring our council meetings run in an appropriate manner and providing sound advice. Our staff are gelling, and I see our citizens are becoming much more positive in the community. If you see fit, remove the OA immediately on a trial basis or permanent basis, as he can always be returned. With the understanding our council will focus its efforts on good governance, the families of Chestermere, and keep municipal affairs and its associates in an appropriate positive limelight. Stopping immediately the negative campaigning through the media, Facebook, and council meetings towards the mayor and our council and towards municipal affairs and its associates. I personally would like to work in a positive relationship with municipal affairs and the Alberta government to expand and build a next-level cutting-edge city all would be proud of. Regards, Jeff Colvin, Mayor of Chestermere. And somehow he's against that. So please continue.
Directive 9, Official Administrator's Supervision, Compliance with Disallowances. Submission deficiencies as per Municipal Affairs. Number 10, the City of Chestermere appears to have continued with Code of Conduct investigations disallowed by the Official Administrator, OA. The City's submission under Directive 5A, as well as documents provided to the Minister in October 2022, show that the City proceeded with Code of Conduct investigations against Councillor Dean, Johal, Watt, and Orion related to the Chestermere Anchor article, as well as letters written to Municipal Affairs. Required action. The City of Chestermere Council is to ensure that all disallowed resolutions are treated as if they were always void, no later than September 29, 2023. The City of Chestermere must provide the Minister with information regarding continuance of these Code of Conduct investigations, including why they were continued following the disallowance of the resolution. Response 9, number 10. Demanded by Minister McIver, all Code of Conduct investigations after August 28, 2022 have been placed on hold until further notice. Council and administration have complied with this demand. However, on July 26, 2022, the Code of Conduct infractions noted in the below motions were authorized by Council to be adjudicated by law firm Reynolds, Mirth, Richards and Farmer 30 days prior to the OA's supervision began at the city. Please see this document, as I pointed out earlier. And I will read those motions one more time. I will give our residents an insight into our motion numbers. You can always tell the date of them because it's the 22nd year, it's the 7th month, the 26th day, and then the 26th is the number of the motion. So that clearly states July 26, 2022. As per Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 1, Section 17, Confidential Personal Matters, Council would like to direct administration to hire a third-party investigator regarding Facebook's posting by Councillor Ritesh Narayan. 220726-25, as per Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, Confidential Personal Matters, Council directs administration to hire a third-party investigator to look into the Anchor article that was released on March 29th, 2022 by Councillor Ritesh Narayan, Councillor Shannon Dean, and Councillor Sandy Jo Hall Watt. 220726-26, as per Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, Confidential Personal Matters, Council directs administration to hire a third-party investigator to review the documentation that was released by Councillor Ritesh Narayan, Councillor Shannon Dean, and Councillor Sandy Jo Hall Watt. Submission deficiencies as per Municipal Affairs. Number 11, the resolution allowing the September 27, 2022 Code of Conduct presentation to be publicly released was disallowed on October 11, 2022. There was considerable correspondence between the City and Ministry in November and December 2022 regarding actions taken to comply with the disallowances. As the resolution to publish a presentation was disallowed, the presentation package and video of the presentation should have been removed from the city's website and social media platforms. The video and presentation remain on the city's website until being removed in late 2022. The presentation and video were reinstated to the city's website in February 2023. Although video and presentation were removed from the city's website in June 2023, the video of September 27, 2022 Code of Conduct presentation remains published on the city's YouTube channel. Response 9, number 11. As the ministry was previously notified, any video assets owned by the City of Chestermere in relation to this matter have been removed. Directive 9, incurring liabilities or disposing of money or property without written approval by the OA. Submission deficiencies as per Municipal Affairs, number 12. The City of Chestermere appears to have proceeded with an expenditure. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go on.
Afternoon, Council. The City of Chestermere appears to have proceeded with an expenditure to trolley brokers before a resolution for that expenditure, which is approved by the OA. Financial records show a wire transfer payment of $123,129 to trolley brokers on May 24th, 23. 230530-10 motion that Council ratified the straw vote conducted on May 20th by email to allow administration to purchase the 4 Molly trolleys for the appropriate cost of $120,000 or $90,000 US. The MGA does not provide for straw votes of Council. Required actions in accordance with Section 575-2-A of MGA, no bylaw resolution authorizing disposal of money has any effect until approved in writing by the OA. The city must not act on any such bylaw resolution until the OA approval is obtained. No later than September 29th, 23, the City of Chestermere must provide the Minister with information regarding the city's decision to make this expenditure prior to receiving the OA's approval and any additional information the city would like the Minister to consider with respect to this. Response: the OA allowed the resolution on May 30, 2023, capital project number 6345001. The purchase of the transit bus trolleys was a budget expense following motion 230117-07. The straw vote was to keep council informed of the purchase. It was not a motion to spend. It was a motion to proceed. Administration had already received a motion to council to purchase the buses.
Submission deficiencies as per municipal affairs, number 13. The OA is sometimes not provided notice of updated or revised agenda packages, links to the agenda, and agenda documentation. Required action. The City of Chestermere is expected to provide the OA with agenda packages, updated or revised agenda packages, and links to the agenda at the same time as provided to Council. The City of Chestermere will provide the OA with all agenda documents, including presentation, action plans, and documents provided in closed session. These are to be provided no later than 72 hours following each Council meeting as specified in MOMSD:022-23. Response 9, number 13. We do our best and will continue to do so, as do all of council. Submission deficiencies as per municipal affairs. The City of Chestermere has not provided draft minutes consistency within the required timeline, such as those for June 27th and June 28th, 2023 meeting. Required action. The City of Chestermere must provide approved minutes and pass bylaws no later than 72 hours following each council meeting as specified in MOMSD:022-23. Response 9, number 14. We will do our best and will continue to do so, as do all of council. Number 9, incurring liabilities or disposing of money or property without written approval of the OA. Submission deficiencies as per municipal affairs, number 15. The City of Chestermere has not consistently provided financial information within the required timeline, nor has the City responded to the OA's request for additional financial information supporting documentation or to meet with senior staff. Due to the demands placed on the Finance Department by the OA, we are applying to the ministerial order additional requests or placing additional burden on staff. Required actions. The City of Chestermere must provide financial institution account reconciliation by the specified deadlines. The City must also provide any supporting financial documentation requested by the OA as specified in MOMSD:022-23. Consistent with the OA's role as supervisor of the municipality and its council, the City's administration shall make senior staff available to meet the OA when requested. Response 9, number 15. The finance team is burdened by the ongoing requests of the official administration, but are doing their best to accommodate his requests in a timely manner. Official administrator is welcome to meet with any staff with a CAO in attendance. Directive 9, additional information required. I'll pass that over to CAO Travis. Would you like me to read it? You're going to read the whole thing? Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. Just bear with me here for 1 second. So in regards to item number 16 on the address from MA on August 2nd, I've been tasked with this one just because it falls within our community growth and infrastructure group. So we're looking at the item here when it concerns the March financial institution reconciliation report for the included $675,762.55 payable to Douglas Homes Limited, and the May financial institution reconciliation report included payments to various home developers as well. So the required action of this is no later than September 29th. The City of Chestermere must provide an explanation of the payments noted in the potential concern column, as well as any applicable bylaws, agreements, invoices, and a council resolution or budget line item reference for payments made to all developers since January of 2023, including but not limited to Douglas Homes, Atrium Homes, Broadview, Lakeside, Morrison, Stealth Homes, Trico Homes, Truman Homes, and Sterling Homes. So in consideration of this request, I've put together a response and written a letter in this response saying, please note that the City of Chestermere requires security deposits for many industry-related items pertaining to development within the city and pertaining to specific development agreements for each developer and community, such as stripping and grading permits, lot landscape deposits, and infrastructure securities. These securities can also be provided in a few different acceptable forms, such as letter of credits, bonds, or cash and check. These securities are held in trust and are not recognized as a revenue to the city when they are accepted, nor as a loss when they are released. It is simply a security measure put in place to mitigate risk should a developer file bankruptcy or for some other reason not complete the scope of work or deficiencies per the city's satisfaction, whereby the city could draw upon these funds to complete the work to a safe and operational standard. As such, these line items do not need council resolution or a budget approval for a return of such funds. As an example, we have provided the backup for the aforementioned amount of $675,762.55 to Douglas Homes Limited that indicates $550,500 for a stripping and grading permit security that was provided, as well as $125,262.55 for cash security provided for Phase 1. This demonstrates the amounts provided to the city and subsequent release of securities upon city approval and satisfaction of the infrastructure installed and work completed. Those two numbers sum up to be the $675,762.55. We retain all records and backup information for all security releases to developers or builders. However, as this is a very frequent occurrence throughout the year, this would require a significant amount of time for staff to research, collect, and provide to MA that is taken away from our normal operations of Community Growth and Infrastructure Department, as well as our Finance Department, as these securities, permits fees, can range as small as a couple $100s for a gas permit, refund should a builder forego a gas fireplace, to significant security release of a stripping and grading permit as identified above. I'm confident in my team's abilities to record, track, monitor, and release these securities and permit fees and have no concerns with any improper release of such fees and securities. I also provide a cursory review in addition to my administrative review as well as my manager's review prior to sign off on such releases. As such, and considering that this was only identified as a potential concern, I am requesting relaxation on this very time-consuming request of our resources. I trust the above meets your inquiry of this matter. Should you have any questions regarding the above information, by all means, please contact me and I would be happy to review any of this with the official administrator. So to conclude on that, I did provide the backup for the $675,000, which was the one that was called out as a potential concern. But because there's another 9 home builders that were listed that we would have to provide all the permits and or fees for refunds back to them since January. Those happen very, very frequently and every day. As a matter of fact, I signed 2 gas permit releases just yesterday because there was no gas fireplace that was going ahead. So if this was only identified as a potential concern, I'm willing to sit down with anyone to go through this. Otherwise, it would be very time consuming for us to be able to provide all the backup for each and every permit fee and release of funds. So that concludes this item. Thank you.
Number 17 is mine, Council. 2 separate individuals approached the OA citing concerns that the fire chief is a consultant for the vendor that was selected for the city to purchase vehicles and equipment. Required actions: no later than September 29, 2023. The city of Chester must provide confirmation whether the fire chief or any other employee of the city is associated with the vendor providing the following equipment to the city. Number 1, bush buggy. Number 2, engine 116. And number 3, engine 116 equipment. The city's response must indicate whether the fire chief or any other employee of the city that may be associated with the vendor had any involvement in the procurement of this equipment and how any potential conflict of interest has been addressed. City's response: the bush buggy. The bush buggy at Fire Services was purchased from Rocky Mountain Phoenix March 2015. 7 years prior to our current fire chief being hired in May of 2022. I'm not able to confirm if the fire chief or city staff in 2015 had any involvement or association with Rocky Mountain Phoenix. The plan is to replace those 2 undersized units with 1 emergency rapid response unit. That rapid response unit would reduce wear and tear from the engine responding to medical calls. The rapid response will meet the needs of our residents and be more effective in highly populated areas. for these types of calls. It has been identified in our 5-year capital plan. It has been into council for information. City has not purchased or entered any agreement of any vendors on a bush buggy. No RFP for a bush buggy has been initiated. The city has recently issued an RFP for a rapid response vehicle. Engine 116 at Fire Services was purchased from Rocky Mountain Phoenix March 2019, 13 years prior to our current fire chief being hired in May of 2022. I'm not able to confirm if the fire chief or city staff in 2009 had any involvement or association with Rocky Mountain Phoenix. The replacement unit that's being built, it's a 2-year build deposit approved by council, will be delivered approximately December 2024. This procurement opportunity was sent out by RFP. The Chestermere's coordinator and contractor, Renee Spuller, after 30 days closed the RFP with the city only receiving 1 bid. Renee oversaw the project and handled the procedure for this procurement. Renee notified the fire chief and the platoon chief that there was only 1 bid. Fire chief asked who the company was that was put in the bid. She advised it was from Seahawk. He immediately replied that he would not be involved and removed himself from the process. He wanted to make sure there's no conflict of interest or any perceived influence with him being involved. He instructed Renee to no longer include him in any communication regarding this project. Chief advised Renee the CAO and the platoon chief would work on the remainder of the project. The review of this bid was done by the CAO and platoon chief and was determined that the bid did meet the requirements of the RFP criteria, and the city would award it to the only company that submitted the bid. The city also did reach out for an legal opinion on that, and since the fire chief was proactive and removed himself from the procurement process, when he was advised of the proponent, he had submitted a proposal. We believe that the conflict has been mitigated by him. We recommend the city may proceed with the proponent as long as the fire chief is not part of the procurement process. Engine 116 equipment, the capital standardization of equipment project that's currently underway, it's approved by council on the current Engine 116, has not been fully completed but will be done before November. There is a standardization committee made up of 3 members, of 1 member on each shift and the platoon chief overseeing city priorities. All members work together and receive 3 quotes for all pieces of equipment purchased for standardization. The only way 3 quotes are not needed is if a specific manufacturer only has 1 or 2 distributors for that item. An example of this would be Humultro Rescue Tools only has 1 distributor for our region for those tools. City has not purchased any equipment from Seahawk. City has requested the vendor to provide quotes, but they have not been selected by the members of the standardization committee at this time. All 27 members of Chestermere Fire Services are willing to meet with the MA and the OA anytime and advise them that they have not been influenced by the chief to select any vehicles or equipment from Seahawk. Yours.
Thank you, Cam. Directive 9, potential concerns, number 18. The financial institution, reconciliation reports provided by the city appears to indicate that Kim Wallace was the sole approver for an expense claimed by her spouse, Jay Wallace, who is an employee. It is generally accepted that related party transactions should be avoided as part of a robust internal controls framework for a corporation. As well, Section 213 of the MJA outlines the requirements for signing or authorizing of municipal documents, including checks. Required actions. No later than September 29, 2023, the City of Chestermere must provide the policies, procedures, and financial controls in place authorizing Kim Wallace to approve expenses for Jay Wallace. This should include any code of ethics or conflict of interest policies established for employees. The City of Chestermere must also provide the council authorization for the practice of having a single approving authority on checks and other payments. We do not have a single approving more robust internal controls, which is 3 signatures. That actually doesn't belong there. Response 9, number 18. Kim Wallace, CAO, City Director of Corporate Services, is never the sole approver of any invoice in Corporate Services Department, including those in the IT Department. All invoices and check batches are signed by Kim Wallace, along with Ann Ty, the Finance Manager, and Mayor Colvin. The City of Chestermere does not have a single approving authority on checks and other payments. Number 19. The City of appears to have proceeded with expenditures for the June 14-16, 2023 Carnival without Council's authorization or written approval of this OA. Required actions. No later than September 29, 2023, The City of Chestermere must provide an explanation on how the expenses to host the June Carnival were authorized, including a council resolution or budget line item. Response 9, number 19. All of City Chestermere events are a budgeted expense and do not need resolution of council. Budget for 2023. That sounds familiar. Number 7405 for events. And that is the final requirement by Municipal Affairs. I'll just bring it back to the top. Bear with me. Here we are. Thank you, Council. If anyone has any, I'll just open that back up to Mayor Colvin.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment back on the code of conduct section. It's quite disappointing that according to Minister McIver's September 28th, 2022 letter where he took action by adding the official administrator due to his misunderstanding that there was never 100 code of conduct investigations against Councillor Ryan, Dean, or Watt, read into the record September 27th. As provided to Municipal Affairs on June 30th, 2023, there were approximately 30 code of conduct complaints. The complaints allege these councillors broke numerous sections of the Code of Conduct bylaw. Now Minister McIver is realizing that there is only approximately 30 Code of Conduct complaints and is fumbling looking for 70 more from us, which there is not. Realizing now that he made this decision on incorrect information and only actually having approximately 30% of what he thought for installing an official administrator. It's quite stark. In relation to the report that's been provided, are there any other questions or comments in relation to the report? Callan, do you have the motion that we're supposed to be looking at? So people have some perspective. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not seeing any. All right. If there's Councillor Dean.
Sorry, I wasn't sure the order we were going in right now. Are you still opening the floor for comments to what was just presented? Oh my goodness, presented from City Director Wallace?
Yes.
Awesome. Then thank you. Through the mayor to council, I would just say I want to reiterate my concerns from the beginning. I do see in Minister McIver's documentation the talk about it in open council, but that is from the original that we are supposed to talk about the CUF recommendations. And I have just serious concerns that I want noted that the letter we got was labeled Protection A. The documentation we received was labeled Protection B. And I do not believe that we are supposed to make any of that information public. And I do not support that information being made public based on the classifications. It is not that I don't want transparency or anything out there. They're just labeled Protection A and Protection B. And I'm concerned that we may have done this incorrectly, and I'm concerned that we did not confirm with Municipal Affairs beforehand. And I guess I would like to ask, through the mayor to our city directors, did we confirm with our legal team that we could present this information publicly?
To our city directors. Go ahead.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, we were under the same impression based on that first directive that we were to provide this in open council. It was never a suggestion to have it vetted before with legal. This was administration's responses and council's responses.
I think transparency at this point is the key. And that's what I think is important, to make sure that all residents get to see exactly what our city council is doing and what they're responding to. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I think everybody should not forget, council can only act by resolution as a whole, and a council meeting can only be conducted in public. So in order for us to comply in any way, shape, or form with this, it had to be by a resolution of council, which had to be done in an open forum. And everybody knows that. Otherwise, this becomes the argument of protected A, protected B, and stuff like that. Is it entrapment? Is it what? But the only way council can act, according to the MGA, is in a public meeting and through motion.
Are there any further comments? Councillor Dean?
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Hanley. I completely agree with you, and I believe that a process on this, and when something is labeled with the designated protections, would be that you would discuss the matter in camera, and then you would come out of in camera with a motion related to what is done. This is not about, again, this is not about transparency. This is about governmental processes and legislative processes, and whether we like, or agree, disagree with them or not, things get labeled things for a reason. There are protections that are put on documents for a reason, and then you have to follow a process in order to have those items go public. Would be the one comment that I have. And secondly, in regards to the March 15th discussion, I believe that municipal affairs, whether we agree with them or not, I believe that their exact concern is that a council cannot assign administrative duties by resolution. So we can't even do that. And so I would wonder, had we had an official administrator in place at that March 15th meeting, would the official administrator have even approved of that motion, whether it said mayor and administration or just administration? Fully agree that I did say mayor and administration. I acknowledge that. And I would agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that it is troubling that if a fraudulent document was put up with changed minutes, yeah, that's something that should be looked into for sure. But I do believe that the issue that Municipal Affairs is raising is that you cannot, by resolution, assign an administrative task to a councillor.
Yeah, we understand that, Councillor Dean. Again, that's why the task assigns that the mayor is working with administration. And specifically what McIver wrote in relation to his deficiency is that the resolution recorded in the March 15th minutes reads, the motion that council direct administration to continue to work. They expressly exclude the mayor and administration and call on it that the mayor has then worked on behalf of that, not following the proper motion of council. And what's amazing to that is that Municipal Affairs has been sent it, I want to guess, 8 to 10 times. And somehow they found it in the wrong area of our old website in the document center, where it indicated that you had old documents 2018 and before. That's almost impossible for them to find it there. And yet they did. And so what they choose to come to us and say that there's a concern between the motion we've been sending them and the minutes we've been sending them and the motion that they found on this website in this obscure location. And yet they didn't do that. Instead, they come and they chastise myself about motion that isn't correct, which is actually fraudulent. And somehow they found that and are representing that to be the accurate one. That's the concern.
Yeah, and I did just say, like, I agree that I know what was said because I was in that meeting, right? And so for that to have posted is certainly a concern.
So are there any other questions or comments in relation to the information provided? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, there was also a motion earlier in the whole thing, and I don't want it to get lost, about council administrative protocols.
Oh, that's right.
I think it was like on the first or second page.
Or was that the code of conduct?
No, just go back up. And yeah, nevertheless, council will motion administration to bring forward a council administration protocols to guide relationship between all council members, senior management, and staff.
Council admin protocols, yeah. So that's a motion, Callan, that we would like to also have come out of this session today. Are there any other councillors that wish to comment in relation to the report? Councillor Foat?
The only comment that I'd like to make is in this report, it says that the mayor is not to be doing administrative things. And I guess I have been around here for the last 16 to 18 months. And I would say that no, you haven't. But I would like the public to know that unless the mayor does work with the CAOs, which are in charge of the administration, how else is things supposed to operate properly? That's the way it works. The previous mayor and CEO, they worked daily together, but he did try to stay out of the administrative side of it. But Mayor Colvin has not been involved in administrative duties here, and I would vouch for that in a court of law.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Funk?
I find it interesting that a lot of the submissions or statements from municipal affairs try to paint a picture of inaccurate things that are happening, or try to paint things in a way that are misleading to the public, in that it makes it sound like the mayor or council are not allowed to be involved in any negotiations, any work with developers, any other groups. But you'll see every other municipality, including province, city of Calgary, they are involved. Councillors and mayors are involved in negotiations. The city of Calgary had the council, mayor, in fact, Minister MacGyver was involved in the negotiation of the new rink. So all of these things are happening, but yet the way things are stated, the way that they're painted in these statements is quite confusing and misleading, I think.
Councillor Narayan?
Thank you. And through the chair, I think the letter of August the 2nd by the minister outlining a number of concerns and further directives expressed that they were not very happy with how we were going about dealing with our directives. And I think what we've seen today is exactly what they don't want us to do, because it lacks the collaboration and the discourse and the dialogue. Essentially, what we have is a document in front of us that we've just seen for the first time today, and it has recommendations. Yes, we were given the opportunity to provide our insight via email, but to Councillor Dean's point, he never got a response to how that information was going to be utilized. And nevertheless, I think rather than email, that dialogue, whatever has been incorporated as part of the recommendation, should have been happening right here, and that's how this document should have been put together. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I think in response to that, council got this document August 2nd. So they had basically 2 months to provide their responses. And again, this council got 0 responses. So, and in the last, or recently, a response was requested for the councillors to provide their response. And so the responses that we were looking for was additional responses from yourself and Councillor Dean and Councillor Watt. And again, still did not get a response. Councillor Dean asking how it's going to be utilized. It's obvious how it's going to be utilized. We're asked to respond to the document that MacGyver requested us to respond to. Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you through the chair. The document that I was making reference to is the document before us. That this is the first time I'm seeing this document and the recommendations within it. And again, one of the themes that has been set by Municipal Affairs is to have this dialogue in an open council meeting and not via email.
Councillor Ryan, you have to make sure that you're being clear that this document is because the other councillors have submitted documentation to create it. So that was provided. So why do you feel that the other councillors should not have to put information together on their own?
Thank you through the chair. So I can't speak for them, but my understanding is that this is information that because the way it's going on right now, there's recommendations, and these are recommendations by some members of council and not all members of council. So how about the concerns that we're raising right now? Are these going to be incorporated? That there are certain members of council feel that, that we don't agree to a number of these things. How do you incorporate that into this report that's going to the minister?
We'll submit exactly what we've been received from all councillors. And if there's areas that you disagree with, then you should point them out. Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor, I actually wanted to ask that. What don't you agree with?
Thank you through the chair and to Councillor Funk. Well, there's a number of things. And the way the report was presented, essentially the whole thing, was read from cover to cover. At the least, I was hoping that, we'll go by section and, there'd be an opportunity to see if there were comments on, but what we've been presented with was the entire document and then a motion at the end.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to again to go back. So I actually, on a number of occasions since August 2nd, have asked you, both to all of council and to you personally, what we were going to do, including in council chambers on the day that we were serving cake. You and I were standing right here. I said, hey, what are we going to do about the August 2nd meeting? And we had a brief conversation. On September the 11th, I sent an email to all of council. And in my email to all of council, I said, what are we going to, I noticed that these things from August 2nd are not on there. We're going to talk about under section 17, and that email was not responded to. So I've actually asked you several times, both in person and via email, what the plan was. Then that is true. You did send an email to us asking for our input. I responded with how it was going to be utilized because I was concerned because the last time we were sent an email, it was labeled Protection A. And so I thought it was an intercouncil email, and then that information was taken and read verbatim what we had written under an email that was labeled Protection A. So I think it was a valid question for me to ask, and I disagree that it was obvious that how the information was going to be used. It was not obvious how the information was going to be used. Thank you.
Councillor Dean, you have to govern yourself accordingly. The due date is September 29th. So you chose to come to today's session providing zero information. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Please show us the information you provided then.
No, you were taking what I'm saying and twisting it. I asked you, what are we going to do about this? Because I wanted to know what a plan was, whether that was setting it up. Why am I just suddenly writing a document and sending it to you? And then you sent an email requesting that. So I have asked you on several occasions what we were going to do, including right after the meeting on August the 2nd.
So again, did you provide us with any information, Councillor Dean?
I asked for what the process was going to be and did not receive an answer.
And you didn't provide us with any information?
I asked for what the process was going to be and did not receive an answer.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Fote?
I'm going to step back. When we first received our directives from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, it ended up that we were all supposed to collaborate and put our ideas together. And in answer to the directives. And there was only, I think, 4 of us that did that. And you three did not do that. And so consequently, when we gave our response back to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, he thought it was just the mayor reading his own diatribes or his own response, which it was not. And so if you're talking about clarification, you had an opportunity to answer to the directives, and you chose not to. You had an opportunity to answer to this August the 2nd request that had to be in by September the 29th, and you chose not to. So when the ball drops, I would say Councillor Narayan, Councillor Watt, and Councillor Dean, you've dropped the ball. And you had opportunity to do it, just as each and every one of us did. And we spent this summer, and actually the summer before, doing our response to the directives, and you guys didn't do anything. You just had a holiday. I'm sorry.
Point of order. That is so false. I can't even handle it. I have participated. I've been at every meeting. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I will not stand here and be accused of false things. And just, I'm sorry. That is so false to say I had a holiday. I'm sorry, Councillor Foe. You could not be more offside right now.
Okay, I'll respond back to that, Mr. Dean, Councillor Dean. You may not consider it a holiday, but you had a chance to help your council answer these directives, and you chose not to.
So again, you'll remember, Councillor Fote, that I actually brought a document with me that I wanted to go over. It was a suggestion. I actually suggested to write it, and then when I tried to present it, I was actually stopped from presenting it, and we went in a different direction. I can't talk about the details of that because all of that happened during a closed session, but I have the document on my laptop that I had written. I actually volunteered to do that. You are well aware of that, Councillor Fote. Councillor Fote, I have showed up at every meeting. I have been involved in every way along the process. Councillor Funk at times has thanked me privately for being in attendance and being here and always showing up. So, Councillor Fote, for you to use my name and say I have done nothing is unprofessional. And yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Watt, do you have any comments that you'd like to bring forward?
Through the chair, not at this time.
Is there any other comments in relation to the report that's been read? What's Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, in addition to accepting it as information, I think I saw the motion. I think we have to direct, we also have to, as council, have to direct administration to respond as per the September 29th deadline.
Motion the council direct. All right, can I get the suggested motion read into the record? Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct administration to respond to municipal affairs with the report in item 6.6 of the September 26, 2023 regular council meeting by September 29th, 2023.
I'm just wondering for just some wordsmithing with the report identified in item 6.6 of the. It's just spelt wrong. Identified in item 6.6. Regular council meeting. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions in relation to the motion on the floor? Councillor Funk?
I just want to clarify that. So the report was presented, and there was no actual request made to actually change anything within the report that I can remember or seen. There was unhappiness with how it was presented, but not with the actual content.
Okay, but again, it's the comments related to the motion on the floor. So are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? All right, thank you. If we can call for a vote. Just gotta push that to enter. Now you can vote. Yeah, it's chosen. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, so the second motion that you have, Callan. All right, if I can get a councillor to read this motion into the record, Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council directs administration to bring forward a council administration protocol to guide relationships between all council members, senior staff, or senior management and staff.
Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? All right, I'd like to call for a vote. Oh, it's below that. Yeah, that's good. Carried. That was the last motion, is that true? I think so. Oh, sorry. Okay, Councillor Fote, if you could read the motion to the record, please.
Motion that council accept a review of Minister McIver's list of clarifications, August 2nd, 2023, presentation as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? If I can call for a vote. Thank you, everyone. Carried. All right, that concludes the meeting for today. If I can get a motion to adjourn. Councillor Fote?
Does he have one to print up? Or?
Do you have a motion that you're pulling up for the adjournment?
I make the motion that we adjourn this council meeting at 3:25, September the 26th.
Okay, I'd like to call for a vote. Carried, thank you. It's coming. Yeah, your brightness went off.
Yeah.
That's good. I don't know why.